call the meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is June 3rd, 2020, 10 o'clock a.m. We're meeting again by teleconference. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman. Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Nally Hall.
Present.
Vice Chairman Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Joe Carn.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Madam Clerk, this is Liz Hausman. I am here.
So noted. Thank you.
All right, we have a quorum. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy. We pray now your peace and power upon our nation. We pray for healing. We pray for direction for our leaders. Guide and lead them. Bless our citizenry. Bless them. Bless their families. We pray for those who have experienced great loss. We ask now your hand of love. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, a couple of things before we get to the consent agenda. Number one, on the agenda that you received, you should see some times indicated. And the reason for those times, I met with the county attorney yesterday and others. We have some information that leads us to believe that there will be further demonstrations outside of our building, beginning probably around noon. Protesters coming to express their concern about situations. And it is for that reason that we're going to try to hurry through the agenda. The past week, we have left the building around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's a goal. And you see times that are associated with the agenda. So I'm not being rude if I ask you to kind of move on and so that we can somewhat stay on schedule. There are approximately, how many people have signed up for public comment? How many?
25.
25 for public comment. We always hear from the public, so I'll do my best to keep us going. And I think it warrants just a brief statement on behalf of Commissioner Ellis. I think called me on Sunday. It was about where do we go from here, and I quite frankly did not have an answer for him. But as we begin today's meeting, I want just to take a moment to acknowledge what's happening literally outside of our door here at the Government Center. On a personal note, as a student, a young adult, an elected official, I personally participated in dozens of demonstrations, so I fully and completely empathize with the young people who are seeking to make a change. You know, like them, I'm upset, and I hope that many of you are, by the death of another unarmed Black man. But as tragic as that event is and was and others, what is happening is much bigger than the death of George Floyd, the death of Ahmaud Arbery, or the dozens of other unarmed men and women whose lives have been senselessly and tragically ended in this country. We have to ask ourselves, who's next? What's the next name we will see in a headline? But more importantly, what, if anything, is going to change? And that's the question. But also like to acknowledge the fact that our public safety personnel, I think that 99% plus are true professionals, dedicated professionals, and they put their lives on the line each and every day to protect the safety and well-being of all of us. And I think we need to congratulate them for what they do. I think that our officers, state level down to the local level, demonstrated restraint compared to what happened in many other areas. Obviously, there are exceptions. I'm also concerned, as I hope you are, about the dozens of small business owners in our capital city who are already devastated as a result of the pandemic and are hanging on by a thread. And many of these business owners are men and women of color whose dreams and years of hard work have been literally smashed to pieces. So let's think about them and patronize them as we begin to rebuild. And let me close with this. We at Fulton County government, we have a clear and undeniable role in upholding constitutional rights and justice reform and achieving social justice and protecting the life and liberty of our citizens. But we can achieve none of these things if we let a few days of outrage go by and get back to talking about the Falcons, the Dogs, the Braves, the Real Housewives. We have to remain focused and committed. I've been asked, what are you going to do? I don't have an answer, but what I do know is that the status quo is not acceptable. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 20-0384, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman, consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington, Carr.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. There are 2 items to add to today's regular meeting agenda. On the second page of the add-on memos at the bottom, that needs to be approved by supermajority vote. First item is 20-0411, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. Request approval of a resolution to protect the health and safety of Fulton County government employees and the public from the threat and impact of the COVID-19 public health emergency upon reopening the Fulton County facilities and for other purposes.
Okay, Madam County Attorney, explain what this will do quickly.
Yes, this was the actual recommendation from the staff on the type of procedures we need to implement in order to open up the building. And they basically involve temperature screenings of visitors and employees, masks being required to access the building, face coverings, excuse me, the word is face coverings to be used. And it covers what we were going to do in order to start opening to the public as of June 15th.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that this item be added to the agenda.
All right, I'll second. This requires 5 affirmative votes. Madam Clerk, Commissioner House.
Question first.
Yes.
Do we have a written copy of this resolution?
What time did it come?
Yes, it was circulated really, it was right on Friday afternoon after the cutoff date.
Circulated how?
It came last night at about 8-something p.m.
Last night. I sent it out. I also sent it out last night.
Again.
Yes.
Okay, so it was sent out Friday and last night.
On email both times?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I vote yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Arrington,
Is there another?
6, okay. And the next item to be added, 20-0412.
Wait, I voted. You saying my vote didn't count?
No, we didn't hear you. We
Alright.
put it on there now.
Okay, next item to be added, 20-0412, sponsored by Vice Chairman Arrington. Request approval of a resolution instituting a curfew within the unincorporated areas of Fulton County, Georgia, to protect the safety, health, and welfare of persons and property until emergency conditions have mitigated and for other purposes.
All right, this is, any explanation needed? This is pretty clear what it does, what the intent is. All right, Commissioner Houseman?
I'll vote yes, but I would like to have a copy of it sent if we haven't seen it already.
All right, we need a motion to, a motion.
Oh, I thought you already had motions.
I did not, I was ahead of myself, trying to get through. Is there a motion?
Carn and Arrington.
Is there a motion to approve or reject? What is it?
He made a motion to approve, the second.
I didn't hear that. Who made a motion to approve?
Commissioner Carn.
All right, motion is to approve, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
All right, now vote yes for sake of conversation. I guess everybody knows what happened in South Fulton last night with this same issue. So,
And the
Madam
motion
Clerk.
passes.
No, we don't know. We can find out about it though.
On page 4, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have some items to be revised on today's regular meeting agenda. First item on page 5,
Okay,
20-0397, Sheriff. This is the item to request approval of a recommended proposal for construction of COVID-19 isolation units. This item has been revised to include the recommendation for reward to Engineering Design Technologies Incorporated. On page 6, 20-0401, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to amend an existing contract to provide janitorial services for Group H Art Centers. This item is revised to correct the contract value and applicable facility. On page 7, Commissioner Arrington, Vice Chairman Arrington's resolution to approve reversing the county manager's implementation of various budgetary controls. That item, it was revised to reference the correct resolution 20-0237, not 0247. And those are all the amendments I have today.
all right, any other additions, corrections, amendments?
I have a question.
Commissioner Houseman, you have the floor.
Just wondering if Sire has been corrected on item 0397.
What page?
The revised 0397, has that been publicized?
It will be publicized with our post agenda.
So we're going to discuss an item that's not available to the public?
It's up. They have it, we put it up the correct way. But
It is up. It
Yes.
is up the correct way.
Yes, as revised.
Okay.
Wait a minute, as of yesterday, that item was not updated because I actually printed it and looked and it still said, I think it's biologics or something like that. You talking about in Sire? Hello?
All right.
Yeah, my copy still says biologics as well.
Yeah, Mr. Huntsman is correct.
Commissioner Hall has the floor.
So where is it? Is it?
Yeah, it said biologics the last time I looked. And it still says biologics right now in the
Okay.
system. So the updated version is not out there for the public.
The updated version is in Sire, but no, you're correct. It will not show to the public until after the meeting.
I would say that's confusing to a host of parties out there.
Yes, it really is.
And the same issue from last month.
Okay, so where are we? I mean, what's your pleasure?
Okay, can we fix it?
No, you can't fix it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move approval of the agenda with the revisions.
Deal with, all right, the motion is to approve the agenda and we'll deal with this one at the, when we get to it. But as it stands now, well, when we get to it.
I raised my hand for discussion.
Vice Chair? Vice Chair, I didn't hear you.
I said, then I raised my hand for discussion.
On approval of the agenda?
On approval of this item, yes, sir.
Not approval of this item yet. We're just now approving the agenda as is, and we'll take up this item in its proper time and place.
I didn't understand that to be Mr. Morris's motion. I guess I could be wrong.
No, his motion is to approve the agenda
As revised.
as revised.
I'll second that.
Now, that's so, well, wait a minute now. Let's be real clear. What the revision is what?
The revisions are the items that were revised, and that will include the 397 sheriff item. We had 397, 401, 0401, and 0408.
Okay, but the 397 item is the one that's being discussed, that there's some question about.
The 397 item is being revised. It's on the printed agenda that was printed Friday. Is incorrect. So at the beginning of the meeting, we're revising this item. The board is approving to revise it. So when we get to that item, it will be approved as revised.
Yeah, but we don't even have the revision in front of us.
Actually, my question was on what is posted online. I know we've got it in writing, but I'm talking about for the public's viewpoint. It's a large ticket item that I think people are interested in, and I just think it's in our best interest to allow them to see it. That's just my only comment.
All right.
Second.
Chairman, it seems to me, in the number of years I've been on the commission, we always accept the revisions as proposed to the agenda, and they're not revised for the public until we approve the item as revised. And that's when we'll, if this one is approved as revised, then that will be posted. That will become the item that is past this commission. But that seems to me the routine on every commission meeting since I've been on this commission.
Yeah, but what complicates this, Mr. Morris, is the fact that this same item was presented last time. They recommended one company, didn't do the other company. Now we're back again, and they still haven't gotten it right. Why couldn't we get it right within the 2 weeks? Why couldn't it be attached within the 2 weeks? Why would we get to today and be trying to revise it today? That's preposterous.
And this is a $20 million item, and it's about the jail. And the jail is important to so many of us. That's why we're trying to work on reducing the jail numbers, and we have monthly reports coming to us. So I think that the public should be allowed to review this before we move forward.
We can remove it. Yeah, it's your item.
How can we not coordinate our efforts to get this agenda item perfect for today? Why would it not have been corrected by Friday? Why is somebody trying to correct it today?
So my suggestion, first of all, I apologize for this, both being twice over incorrectly put on the agenda, and I'll take responsibility for that. I do not have a good answer for how we did not get it right in a 2-week period of time. What I would suggest is we simply remove it and bring it back in a correct fashion in the next week.
Okay. All right, so the manager is suggesting that this be removed from the agenda, but that would still mean we will need to approve the agenda as amended, but with this item removed.
Correct.
So, Mr. Morris, your motion was to approve. It was seconded by Commissioner Ellis. So let's vote on the agenda as amended with this item removed.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that was not my motion, so I would draw my motion if we're going to have a different motion.
I will move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Approval of the agenda as revised, right?
All right. Commissioner Houseman voted yes. Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Karn?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
20-0392, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, December 18th, 2019, amended to include verbatim, regular meeting minutes, May 6th, 2020, and recess meeting post-agenda minutes, May 20th, 2020.
All right, is there a motion? All right, I'll move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and second. Let's vote, please. Houseman?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Arrington?
Yes.
Karn? I vote yes.
And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
There are no proclamations today. Public hearings, 20-0394, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment registered online to join the public comment portion of the Zoom call, or can submit public comment in by email or by filling out the form located on the county website at www.fultoncountygeorgia.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. All public comments will be submitted to the clerk for the record. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, looks like we have 40 public speakers today.
We have 40 speakers. What's your pleasure? We have 30 minutes allocated for this, so we'll try to get through it. Each speaker has 2 minutes. Now, I don't have a stopwatch here, so Madam, will you keep time? All right, first speaker, please.
I believe we have public official Hart Cannon.
Okay. Representative Cannon?
I didn't know whether they were on the phone.
Looks like they're on the phone, but they need to unmute their device.
All right, go to the next one while we're waiting for Representative Cannon.
We have public comment from Christopher Hogan from Atlanta. To whom it may concern, please do not allocate funds for a new isolation unit. This is not a wise use of public money. Instead, using this money to instead fund prevention and diversion programs will give a much better return on investment for the people of Fulton County. Thank you.
Next speaker.
We have Ben Howard.
Public comment.
Public comment from Caitlin Barnes from Atlanta. Do not allocate $23 million for a contract to expand the Fulton County Jail. This is the wrong way to spend precious county dollars in the best of times, and we are far from the best of times. The money should be reserved for services that are proven to improve the lives of the most needed and vulnerable people in our community, and expansion of the jail will not accomplish that.
Public comment from Winjay Sun from Atlanta. I live in Fulton County. I am asking you to vote on the allocation of the $23 million to a contractor to build an isolation unit at the jail. You should instead allocate operating funds to pre-arrest diversion and other solutions during this time of crisis. The best prevention of a COVID outbreak is reducing overcrowding in jails by reducing the number of people incarcerated. As a social worker in Fulton County, I've witnessed firsthand areas of deficit that need to be addressed to reduce crime and incarceration rates. There's plenty of evidence-based research showing that diversion programs and other supportive services work in reducing recidivism rates. work to improve your mental health treatment in the jail so it will no longer be a revolving door for the men and women you have incarcerated.
Next speaker.
Public comment by Nadia Hicks. I am a Georgia resident who loves the city of Atlanta. It has been a scary time in the last few months, so it is more important now than ever to protect people and make them feel safe. If it is a priority, why are we trying to use federal COVID funding of $27 million to expand the Fulton County Jail when the money could go into community-based services? Why continue to make us feel unsafe by the very people we rely on to protect us and know what's best for its people? Please reconsider and prioritize the interest and protection of your constituents and the people, like me, who are proud to call Atlanta our home. Please put the $27 million into care that benefits and improves our residents, not isolation that harms them.
Public comment by Shannon Coffin Gagero. I'm horrified to learn that Fulton County is trying to increase their budget for the jail to create COVID isolation units. Why not invest this money toward community care-centered models proven to improve outcomes for our communities? This moment invites and requires us to think boldly and creatively for how to meet our community's needs. New ways to house people in jail is not the way. I trust and hope the board will reconsider what would be a disastrous step for our county. Please invest in care over cages.
Next speaker.
Public comment, Zijo Bovera of East Point. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Zijo Bovera, and I am the director of the Racial Justice Action Center. I am calling to let you know that there is widespread disappointment, and I might even say disgust at the proposal on the table to spend $23 million to expand a jail when so many people in our communities are hurting and need help. We urge every commissioner here to say a loud and unapologetic no to this and invest those dollars where they will truly keep our community safe and well. We are in a time of financial uncertainty, of public health crisis, and unprecedented social unrest in response to violence from our criminal justice system. Our communities need investments in small businesses, in healthcare, in community-based mental health treatment. We do not need any greater investment into failed and dangerous approaches to public safety and health. This jail in particular has been a shame to the residents of this county. Do not be misled by claims that this money will help those inside, that it is for the benefit of those detained. After speaking with dozens of families who have loved ones inside, what will benefit them most is to have their loved ones come home and for there to be jobs and social services to ensure they succeed. I am part of the many organizations who years ago visioned and fought for pre-arrest diversion programs in Fulton County, specifically to reduce the number of people being jailed who actually need treatment and services. It is my understanding that as of today, the comparatively small amounts of funds you promised to pad have still been approved and released. The community is watching closely what you do today. Refuse to put any more money into the failed jails. Invested $23 million into supports of our communities.
Next speaker.
Public comment from Orion Cook of Atlanta. I'm asking that you instead use this money for community-based supporting under-resourced services and those affected with COVID, not for expanding the jail and building COVID isolation units.
Public comment by Alex Franco of Atlanta. At a time of intense violence against the Black community and a global pandemic, the allocated funds for the jail could far better serve our communities if are towards care and rehabilitation. Defund the police and abolish the police state. Do not fund the Fulton County Jail.
Next speaker.
Public comment by Erin McFall of Atlanta. I urge you to find better, more impactful and community serving uses for the CARES Act money appointed. I'm sorry. For the CARES Act money appointed to Atlanta than build up and expand our jails. With so many crises facing us now, this money needs to be going toward serving people, not locking them up.
Next speaker.
Good morning. This is Gina Ignatowski in Fulton County. I am agreeing with many of these comments. This money should be put to a better use than expanding a jail. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, thank you. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Greetings, commissioners and staff, and greetings also to you citizens of Fulton County, monitoring your government in action. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow chose these 7 words to introduce his classic poem. Listen, my children, and you shall hear. There's much to be said about a listening ear. When we listened, we heard the Atlanta police chief say she went out amongst the protesters to listen, and she learned. When we listened, we heard a young female protester telling the media she was worried about her mother, who was concerned about her daughter leaving the house to join the protest. The daughter said she told her worried mother, as she reluctantly left, that she couldn't go through life being afraid of being Black, because being Black is who she is. When we listened, we heard former President George W. Bush say, it's time for us to listen to one another. Throughout the years, from one uprising to the next, oppressed people have been listening for the word that change has finally come. But thus far, the silence has been deafening. So what next? All you who occupy a seat of power, what next? The nation is waiting. The world is watching. People of color are listening. What next?
Next speaker, Joshua McShane.
Hi, Commissioners. Good morning. I agree with most of the statements that have been made so far on this proposal. I just think that it's frankly absurd and disingenuous to appropriate money that's meant for pandemic relief and bolstering the county's healthcare and health facilities and essential workers to go towards expansion of a jail, albeit this expansion has pandemic-proof cells and whatnot in its provisions, but that doesn't even really make sense because this project probably won't be completed until the pandemic is over. I think that we need to focus on redirecting these funds towards immediate reinforcement of healthcare and supporting essential workers in the county, rather than increasing the footprint of the carceral state in this county.
Next speaker, Alex Brumfield. Next speaker, Anna Davis. Anna Davis. Next speaker, Ashlyn Martin. Ashlyn Martin. Next speaker, Brittany Whaley. Next speaker, Danielle Rodriguez. Danielle Rodriguez. Next speaker, Virginia Duke. Okay. Next speaker, Jeremiah Olney.
Hi, yes. I'm calling to echo what many other people have said as well. I oppose Fulton County spending almost a quarter of its federal COVID relief money on expanding the jail system. Fulton is approaching about 5,000 cases of coronavirus, and I think that money would be a lot better spent on testing and tracing as well as treatments, which would be of much more benefit to the 1 million people who live in the county, particularly the Black communities which have been hit hardest by the coronavirus. Rather than expand the jail, Fulton should focus on releasing the nonviolent offenders and reducing occupancy of the jails. COVID-19 right now is being used as a pretext for an expansion which will do nothing but encourage greater incarceration of Fulton citizens for the entire lifespan of the jail. It will do nothing to make Fulton County safer or healthier. At a time when our resources are more strained than ever, I'd like to call on the commissioners to direct this money towards actual disease prevention and treatment by reducing homelessness, increasing testing, and reducing the fundamental racial disparities in healthcare access right now. Thank you.
Next speaker, Joshua Lynch.
Thank you. I just wanted to voice my agreement with everybody so far. I don't believe that the funds will be well spent on a jail isolation unit. I believe that these funds should go towards services that can prevent incarceration, help the people that are most in need of services in our community, be it food, housing. All of these will essentially make us safer and prevent the spread of the virus if we're able to reduce the needs for some of the people that are most in need in our community.
Thank you. Next speaker, Christine Craddock.
Good morning, commissioners. I would like to agree with those who've spoken before me and that the funds allocated to expand the jail will be more suited in going to public services to help those who are homeless around the community, as well as diversion programs in order to prevent those who may be high risk of becoming incarcerated, which includes disproportionately African Americans in this community. As well as us having the COVID-19 pandemic right now, I do believe that healthcare workers, as well as other healthcare providers, would very much so benefit from those funds that would be allocated in expanding a jail unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Laura Smith.
Good morning. My name is Laura Smith, and I'm the managing director of Dad's Garage Theater Company. Dad's Garage is honored to be in District 4, and I personally live in District 5. I'm here this morning to talk to you about the arts and culture scene in Fulton County. We know that arts and culture bring people together, lift up voices, and improve quality of life, things that couldn't be more important than they are right now. We also know that within Fulton County, arts and culture drives $619 million in expenditures, has over 19,000 full-time equivalents, and drives $27.8 million in local government revenue. Yet with COVID-19, over $10 million in losses are expected by just 55 of the organizations in our region. 67% of organizations with budgets between 1 million and 2 million were unsure if they were going to make it through COVID-19 without SBA assistance. Of course, we know many of those funds ran out before people were able to get them. At this time, I just want to thank you for everything you've done for the arts and culture community within Fulton County and ask you to continue supporting this quality of life, lifting up voices and bringing people together. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Billy Brent.
Hi, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I agree with many of the previous comments. I think our priority needs to be decarceration and making sure that people are able to return home to their loved ones and keep themselves safe. We've seen in many, many cases how dangerous this epidemic is for people who are incarcerated, who do not need to be in jail and prison in the first place. As many other people have emphasized, there are community-based solutions that are much more effective than incarceration. And I wholeheartedly agree with all the comments that I cannot, as a Fulton County citizen, support the use of this money in this punitive and destructive and counterproductive way. And I urge all of you to muster the moral courage to oppose this and to reinvest in our communities and solutions that keep us healthy and safe. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. That's great.
Alexis Alzada.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I want to say I agree with much of what has been said already regarding decarceration. Especially in Fulton County Jail, where there's already questionable conditions inside of the jail. I think it's atrocious to suggest spending more money on imprisonment rather than sending people home, reevaluating people's sentences and letting those who can go free and go home rather than dying inside of a jail from COVID-19. And quite honestly, I think you should be ashamed of yourselves to suggest that sending millions of dollars to our prisons right now is some sort of progress when we are watching people protest in the streets, Black people, white people, brown people. protesting in the streets against this very system of incarceration that you're trying to prop up and actually further fund. That's it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Micah Erskine.
Hi, my name is Micah Herskind. And so I want to say this meeting was opened with an acknowledgement of the ongoing violence against Black people in particular. And we know that for every person who is killed by the police, many more are sent to jail. And that also takes years off of people's life expectancy and creates more instances of violence, especially at the Fulton jail where people are currently sleeping in boats. And so I don't see how in the midst of all of this, even as we acknowledge the need to address this ongoing violence, that we could possibly put more money into a system that supports that violence. I also want to say that recently, DA Howard himself, as well as 2 other candidates running for Fulton County District Attorney, have committed to reducing the jail population to 1,000 people. And so there is absolutely no need for more resources to be poured into this jail, when even the people filling the jails have recognized that we need to drastically reduce the jail population. And so as budgets are continuing to be tight in the midst of coronavirus, this $23 million absolutely needs to be invested in the community, not the jail. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Lavette Cargo-Thompson. Okay.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, greetings. My name is Lavette Cargo-Thompson, Atlanta lead organizer with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. We know that jails and prisons are sites of disproportionate infection disease rates. Incarcerated people suffer the most, but so do the staff and the community. So when jail conditions prevent people from following basic health precautions, a rapid reduction in the number of people in jails can help us slow the spread of the coronavirus and flatten the curve of infectious rates quickly enough to prevent the worst case scenario for public health. So we should invest in community support service, more public testing, and pre-arrest diversion. This is not the time to invest in the jail system.
Thank you. Next speaker, Laura Smith.
I spoke earlier about the arts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, excuse us. Next speaker, Mackenzie Ward.
Hi, I would like to repeat the sentiments that have been stated already. Do not fund the isolation units at the jail. Instead, use the money to go towards our community in ways that actually create change and help the health of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Malcolm Woods.
As a resident of Fulton County and a student of Georgia State University, I believe the $23 million allocated to expanding the jail would be better spent increasing access to care and testing for our most vulnerable citizens. I also believe that the jail should focus and our city should focus on reducing the amount of nonviolent offenders currently in the jail to reduce its population in order to make it safer.
Thank you. Next speaker, Marissa Dodson. Next speaker, Moki Macias.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Moki Macias. I'm the Executive Director for the Atlanta Fulton Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative. I've had the pleasure of working closely with many stakeholders, many of you, as well as community organizations in Fulton County on the Fulton County Justice and Mental Health Task Force. Just as a reminder, in 2019, the recommendations of this task force received resounding support from this board with the express purpose of reducing the number of people in the Fulton County Jail. Unfortunately, many of these recommendations have by and large not yet been realized, including the creation of a diversion center that would provide immediate alternatives to arrest and incarceration. I know there are many people within our local government that are working hard towards that vision. And so I'm deeply disappointed to see the proposal to expand Fulton County Jail. You know, I think that another speaker said this before me, but you know, I think we all need to be laser focused on how we reduce the jail population. There are strategies in place for us to do that. There are additional strategies needed, but to assume that by October of this year, there would be between 2,200 and 2,600 individuals still at Fulton County Jail, to me that is a number of despair. It is a number that lacks vision. It is a number that lacks the commitment that I have seen amongst Fulton County government to make real changes and real strides in the way our criminal justice system is functioning and harming people of color, Black and brown people, people who are experiencing mental health issues, substance use issues, and extreme poverty. So I want to add my voice to the chorus, and I want to continue working with the stakeholders involved to make real on the visions that we have been working on together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Tiana Connor.
Hi, good morning, commissioners, and thank you so much for having this time for all of us to share our feedback. I just wanted to state that I agree with most of the commenters that have called ahead of me. Thank you so much, everyone, for just sharing your disagreement with how the money will be spent. We demand no more cages for our people. We request that you guys spend the money wisely by putting it back into the community, specifically the Black community in Fulton County. We want more rec centers, better infrastructure for our communities, more after-school programs for our children, and better health care for people of color in Fulton County. We want you all to make the right choice. Spending $23 million on the COVID-19 jail expansion unit is not what the people are asking for. So we urge you all to do the right thing, and how you spend this money will define your legacy. Do what is right for the people of Atlanta. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tiffany Roberts.
Good morning. I'm calling on behalf of the Southern Center for Human Rights. Again, we're adding to the chorus that COVID relief funds should not be spent to expand a jail, that every time we come to the commission to discuss, we're told that you all cannot control the operations of the jail. You only control the money that goes into the jail. So it seems counterintuitive to commit $23 million when you have families starving in your districts to a jail that you, after allocating this money, will have no control over. We know that solitary confinement is torture, and in time after this pandemic passes us, we are certain that this isolation unit will become space to further traumatize communities by placing them in solitary confinement without cause. We ask that you allocate operation funds to pre-arrest diversion. You can do that. You can also control the ways in which these officers, corrections officers are still dealing with the COVID pandemic. At the hearing that for the public defender's habeas corpus petition against the jail, we learned that the jail had a very hard time managing for even a month how to get masks to people who worked and were incarcerated in that facility. $23 million could be spent feeding families, housing families, finding solutions for our unhoused community. So we ask that you not allocate this money. And with respect to a curfew, just know that you also need to put safeguards in place to ensure that people who are leaving work to go home are not unduly punished. My husband went to go get my baby some Tylenol last night, and I was horrified that he would be arrested because of a curfew that should be rescinded. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Natasha Bailey. Natasha, please unmute yourself. All right, State Representative Park Cannon, are you still with us, and do you wish to speak?
Thank you very much. I believe we're finally connected. Thank you all for being here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just come on to make sure that we are watching closely the things that are happening in and around our Fulton County Rice Street Jail. I did host a press conference there on this Sunday and encourage others to watch and see, and to just implement policies in this time that are as kind to Fulton County families as possible. Additionally, I just wanted to bring on that the work around the Board of Elections has been, of course, tireless and continues to still need some support. So please do continue to work on that over the next few days. And thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you for all who are listening. And thank you for all who are peacefully protesting around Fulton County today.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rachel Noto, please unmute yourself.
Hi there, can you hear me? Hi, I just wanted to say that I am incredibly disappointed in the response to all of the crises going on in our state and in our county, being to fund jails more. I think that is the last thing that we should be focusing on right now. I think the money should be going towards supporting our community, decarcerating, and basically anything else. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Shannon Duffy. Shannon, please unmute yourself. Ms. Duffy, we cannot hear you. We're going to move on to the next speaker, Ms. Sheila Louder. Ms. Louder, please unmute yourself. All right, we cannot hear you. Next speaker will be Tatiana Kabkova.
Hello, my name is Tatiana. I'm the resident of Fulton County, and I just want to add my voice to, I guess, the majority of speakers before me. I feel like this is a very surprising choice, and the choice that I'm very against, to allocate this money to more jail. I think a number of great points were made. For example, you know, there are news about vaccines coming within a year. So is it, how long will it take? And then another great point is, what are the plans for those units after the pandemic passes? I mean, it seems extremely wasteful. And I think people before me made a ton of great suggestions for where the money should go instead, where it would actually be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to call upon Danielle Rodriguez. Please unmute yourself. Danielle, we cannot hear you. Please, one more time, Danielle Rodriguez. Okay, I'm sorry. We are not able to hear her. Next speaker, Duke, Virginia. Duke, please unmute yourself.
That's not a real person.
Okay, our next speaker, Treshawn Brown. Treshawn, please unmute yourself.
I don't know how many.
We can hear you, Patrice.
Treshawn Brown, please unmute yourself.
Hello. First of all, good morning. Thank y'all for taking the time to speak with or listen to the rest of us as we kind of express our concerns about the allocation of the $23 million for the extension of the jail. To echo all of my commenters before, it's absolutely unnecessary to completely extend and expand an isolation unit for COVID victims at this point in time, just because we know for sure that there are other resources that could readily be available, like food, water, shelter for our unsheltered right now. And if there are any other concerns or any other offers or any other resources that we might be able to provide, I know a lot of organizations like the one that I'm in as well are happy to help and assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to call on Ayana O. Ayana, please unmute yourself. Okay, thank you. We cannot hear Ms. Ayana. We have, we're going to try one more time with Mr. Jeremiah Olney. Mr. Olney. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe that we have called all the speakers who are on the video conference with us.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Corbett. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On the bottom of page 4, presentations to the board, 20-0395, MARTA quarterly briefing.
Mr. Parker, are you with us? Mr. Parker?
I'm here. I think you're going to present my present. There it is. I am here. Can you hear me okay, Chairman Pitts?
Yes, you're on the clock.
Thank you. So I'm going to move here quickly. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today. I want to thank the MARTA board members who represent Fulton County and the cities within Fulton County, Frida Hartage, Alicia Ivy, and Al Pond. I want to really thank them for their support, and also want to thank you for the support that you gave MARTA by adopting and passing the 15th Amendment. So next slide. There's some background music. So we're going to cover quickly how COVID-19 has changed things at MARTA, talk about the budget, and talk about how we're continuing to implement the capital program. So next slide. Clearly, COVID-19 has changed everything. Next slide. One of the things that I want to point out, and I won't show them to you here out of respect for time, but would encourage people to seek out our MARTA Heroes videos. We have a series of them available through all of our social media sites, including our YouTube page. We're recognizing the hard work of our frontline employees who are really doing some great things in order to support the system and our customers. So next slide. Transit ridership across the country has been impacted gratefully. This chart shows some of the largest transit agencies. For example, New York City, some of their transit agencies are only carrying about 5% of the passengers that they were providing pre-COVID-19. So we have quite a difficult time in front of us as an industry. I continue to work hard with our transit agencies across the country to make sure that we're moving forward in a thoughtful way. This is just to give you a glimpse of how dramatic the decline has been. Next slide. Here at MARTA, we've had a significant decline as well, particularly on our rail ridership. This information is updated regularly, available on our webpage, so people can see where our ridership is. We're down, not as much as some of the larger transit agencies and our peers across the country, but down in providing only about 35–40% of the trips, passenger trips that we've been providing previously. We've seen the beginning of a small uptake, but we do believe it's going to take a long time before ridership is completely restored. Next slide. Our bus ridership is not down as much, as you can see, not as dramatic, and this has caused a great challenge to encourage social distancing on our buses, and I'm going to talk in a minute about how we've been mitigating the issues around social distancing to make sure that we can provide both safe and sustainable service for our customers. Next slide. The timeline of what we've affected or implemented, it's hard to believe that it was only early March that the first cases in Georgia here in Fulton County were seen. We immediately went into enhanced cleaning, teleworking. We implemented rear door boarding to make sure that our customers were separated from our employees. It's so important, as you know, to keep our employees safe. The service adjustments were made originally to match the demand, the lower demand in service. We put together a dashboard that not only shows our ridership, but how our employees are being affected by COVID-19. Implemented some hero pay, made sure that we're following, as we've done all along, CDC guidelines, and issued PPE, including masks, to our employees. And then we had to implement some essential bus services. The next slide, we'll talk about that. So this picture that you can see is showing a bus, and we've had to mark off the seats so that we don't sit next to each other and make sure that people are not standing. So because of this, the capacity of a bus is changed substantially. In 3–4 months ago, we were going down the street that was full and people standing, and that has changed dramatically. It was able to carry 40+ people.
Have we lost him?
Carrying 15, 16, twice as many buses so that the capacity that the ridership is demanding, the capacity of the buses meets it. Can you hear me? I could hear you. Can folks hear me?
Yes. Your voice went out for a moment, but it came back.
Can people hear me?
Yes, we can now. We must have a delay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So the capacity of buses has affected us dramatically. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. The next slide, please. We've also been affected by our workforce. We've had about 45 cases of COVID-19 at MARTA. MARTA employees, we've had one tragic fatality. And then also we've had to send people home to self-quarantine who are coming in contact with these people who are affected by COVID-19. So our workforce and availability of people has been affected by that. Next slide. So clearly, we knew we had to make a change in our service levels to keep our customers safe. I think similar to a temporary change that we make during inclement weather. The MARTA Board of Directors bylaws gives me as general manager authority to run the day-to-day operation. And we made a very difficult decision to substantially change our service and focus our service on the 42 most essential routes. Next slide. So the slide on the left shows the routes that we're providing. On the right shows in pink the routes that we are not. We're tracking the complaints that we're getting, concerns being raised about these routes, and making sure that as we're freeing up resources from our essential bus service, that we can provide service to routes that are going to, both meet the needs of essential businesses like hospitals and grocery stores, be respectful of our, where our customers need to go, and this is just one of the tools that we're using to track that. Next slide. So, we have to have a path forward to get ourselves out of social distancing. Sort of it's interesting. The airline industry is running service requiring masks, and we do believe that masks are going to be critical to the future of our system, and make sure that our customers are wearing masks. And encouraging people to wear masks will be critical. Right now, we see only about 35% of our customers wearing masks. We've got to improve that dramatically. And we believe that this will be a key way to restore the service back to close to what it was before. We may be looking for authority to force people to wear masks, possibly fine people for not wearing masks. But right now, we're focusing on a significant public campaign to encourage people to wear masks. Next slide. Our capital program is advancing. Some key projects are continuing, not slowed down by the COVID-19. Next slide. One of the important projects to us and to this county is the South Fulton Parkway. This is a little bit of an update. I'm not going to read the slide, let folks look at it. But we have kicked off conceptual planning with the existing 1 cent sales tax that we're collecting. We have committed through our 15th Amendment to make sure that we work with the county to advance the conceptual design of this system, of this corridor. And we had an internal kickoff meeting in April, early April, and we continue to advance the planning of this project and have budgeted $4 million in the 2021 budget to support planning for here in Fulton County to advance these projects like this South Fulton Parkway. And next slide, and also the Georgia 400 project. We continue to work with GDOT, advancing the, our next step is to advance conceptual designs for stations and what the stations will look like. And as you know, and as you're contemplating and working with the cities in Fulton County, considering some innovative ways to finance these two projects. So you have our commitment and my commitment that we will continue to advance these projects and work with you so that we can get funding, both local and federal funding, and continue to meet the commitment that we've made to support the operation of this in the future. Next slide. Our State of Good Repair program continues. We have a major track rehabilitation project that's in phase 4, doing some of the most complex turnouts. Some of this will impact work on the North Line, and we're working through some ways to shuttle people and provide service when we need to do some major infrastructure work and minimize the inconvenience to our passengers. Next slide. First time we're talking about this publicly, and we've worked on a partnership with Uber to have a voucher program when MARTA is either doing some extensive work that requires us to shut down the system, or an unplanned activity like the fairly recently we had someone take their life, or other times we have major mechanical problems. We want to minimize the impact to our customers, so we've worked through a program to allow and for MARTA to subsidize, in a way, Uber rides so that people can continue their journeys with the least amount of impact. Another important part of this is this will make sure that Uber is not surging during a MARTA event, so that the cost of the trip will be minimal, and we look forward to rolling this out to our customers. Next slide. We continue to focus on improving the state of good repair and our customers. We've committed to a major rehabilitation of all of our stations over a 5 to 10 year period. College Park will begin repaving the entryway with new pavers, rehabilitating landscaping, repairing and repainting some iron fencing, and a whole variety of things just to make the stations more appeasing and more appealing to our customers. So we look forward to advance that. Next slide. We hear a lot of call for restrooms, and we want to make sure that restrooms are not only available, but safe environments for our customers. So we've piloted and now moving to build another smart restroom in East Point. So looking forward to, by the end of 2020, having this smart restroom in service, and something that we're looking to do at more and more stations. Next slide. Our bus shelter amenities program continues. We've talked a lot about this in the past. I think the one point that I will make is that we have had to identify some alternate and working to identify some alternate sites, because we don't want to be obviously installing shelters or benches at locations where bus stops have temporarily been suspended. So we continue our commitment to build and install amenities throughout the system, and that's going well. Next slide is just a picture of some before and after, how the customers are really able to work better. You can see a puddle there, and just a completely better environment for our customers. Next slide. I'm going to quickly go through our proposed 2021 budget, which will be going to our board meeting for their approval this month. Really excited to say that it includes no layoffs, no furloughs, and I think it's important, so important, that agencies like ours continue to fully employ people during this significant downturn in the economy. So next slide, as you can see, our revenue on the blue and our expenditures, we were creating a positive budget for the first 3 quarters, and then COVID-19 hit, and we've had a significant decline in our revenue, mostly sales and fare revenue, as I'm sure is no surprise to you all, and we will be working through that. Our next slide shows our 2021 budget. we have a ninth year of a balanced budget. We're deferring fare increases, maintaining current service levels, or funding the current service levels. So when we get through social distancing, we can restore our service to more normal. Fully funded capital programs so we can do those projects. And this is really being done because the federal government has stepped in for transit agencies, put aside $25 billion for stabilization funds. $298 million will come directly to MARTA. And next slide, you will see how we're using that. We do have a gap in our 2020 budget, which ends at the end of this month. And we see that we'll be using 83 of that CARES Act money to balance our budget this year. We've allotted $150 million next year to continue to do the things that we think are important, both on the capital and operating side. And that will allow us to have a balanced budget. While we will have challenges in coming years, between the possibility of additional funding and a significant and serious effort in terms of focusing on downsizing the administrative side of our organization and doing some things to be more efficient, we're confident that we can get through this downturn in the economy in a significant way and get back to normal. Next slide. Our proposed capital budget, as I said, continues to support the needs of the ongoing infrastructure that we have. We fully funded the program in 2021. Some major efforts around the rail car rehabilitation are built into this. And while we do have a lot of needs and challenges in funding them all, I think we do have a strong capital program over the next 10 years to maintain our system well. What Fulton County will be seeing, next slide, from this is, as I had mentioned, a focus on rehabilitating stations. We've listed the stations that are clearly in Fulton County outside of the city of Atlanta, but we're also clearly working on all of our stations. So all of those city of Atlanta, Fulton County stations are included in our rail station rehabilitation program. We're continuing to support the Fulton County Transit Master Plan and investment in our bus stop amenity program. And then on top of that, we do have a significant overall investment in just our rail cars, our track infrastructure, our power traction substations, which will make our system more reliable and better operated over years to come. So moved along quickly out of respect for your time. Next slide. And I just want to turn it back to you, Chairman Pitts, and thank you all for inviting me today and sharing what we're doing here at MARTA. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parker. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments for Mr. Parker? Any questions or comments? All right, Mr. Parker, you've been very thorough. I appreciate you.
I have a few, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Karn, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Jeff, for giving that presentation. Very thorough.
Very welcome.
A couple of issues I had, and I had a conversation with Mr. Flood, I think, about this, the mask issue. You're saying 35% of customers are wearing masks. And my question to him was, why on earth would MARTA not mandate that face mask, face coverings, bandanas, something be worn if you're going to come on the buses? Obviously, it's close quarters, even inclusive of your distancing and spacing. He said the issue of contention was a matter of enforcement. And, I really don't subscribe to that argument, because I say to myself, well, you can't enforce everything on every bus at every transit station. But, in the same way, enforcement on no shoes or no shirt, where you can't ride on a bus, I guess it's more or less the same difference. I think if you truly want to get back on your feet, this would be an obvious low-hanging fruit for someone to mandate that, so people would feel comfortable about getting on your buses. Face masks are going to be a way of life for the next few years, obviously, with any public enterprise of any sort. I believe when you walk in a restaurant, you get a fork and a knife and a paper napkin. You're probably going to get a disposable face mask of some sort included there if you don't have something. And I think you guys need to reconsider that and add that to your budget. If you have $150 million in CARES Act funding, I would certainly recommend that you guys mandate that and get a healthy supply in the tens of millions if you want to get back up on your feet. The other thing we've talked about before was the trash pickup around your bus shelters once again. From what I see in the stations around my area, it's still at an unacceptable level. I would hope you would maybe, put in some additional funding for additional cleanup at your bus shelters. And I would hope that would be something that you would look at. The last question I have is about the Uber MARTA voucher program that you mentioned. It sounds like a great idea. My question is, can folks whose routes have been discontinued use this voucher to get to where they need to go? Or is that possible?
That's, financially just, we would not be able to, to provide that level of service. I think you're absolutely right that getting us to a place where people are encouraging or wearing masks. Our focus right now is, first and foremost, we have no legal authority to force masks. Other states have mandated it. The state has not here in Georgia. Fulton County or any of the jurisdictions have not made any requirement for people to wear masks. It's something that we may ask for. We do believe that we really need to put forward a strong public service campaign to encourage the numbers so that ultimately, as we increase the usage of masks, it's really about people realizing how important that is for their own safety and the safety of their families and their fellow riders. We have required all of our employees to wear masks when they're at work. And it's a struggle that we have. I will say that, between the fact that, we don't have a legal mechanism, and then the other piece of it is that a bus operator picking up bus riders who enter through the rear door is just not in a conducive way for, a bus operator to tell people that they can't get on a bus if they're not wearing a mask. We collectively, I think, as a society, need to work closely to encourage it in a larger way. It's the low numbers are not just a MARTA problem. It's what we see all over this this metro Atlanta, unfortunately.
Well, in terms of mandatory, a bus driver can mandate.
All right, Mr. Carnes, hold on a second. Mr. Parker, in the interest of time, could you respond to, in writing to Commissioner Carnes' first 2 points for the whole board, and the voucher issue publicly now? We were doing okay.
So the voucher issue is, we do not have a mechanism to to either fund, or there's a whole lot of, other difficulties around a voucher system in controlling people who are basically having us subsidize an Uber ride that they would have taken anyways. We have no way of controlling that, and it would just become, an expense that would be not sustainable and unaffordable, and just not be, so our focus is really, and I'll respond in writing as the chairman asked about masks, is really getting people to be, 75, 80, 85, 90% wearing masks on our system, which is critically important for public health.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Parker, or comments? the interest of time. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Parker. And for
Thank you.
we have 93 people watching on YouTube and about 16 or 17 on Zoom. So,
right.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Parker. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 5, county manager items under open and responsible government, 20-0396, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Okay, Mr. Manager, you're going to start now. This is the part of the agenda, the last 2 or 3 meetings where it's really sort of gotten out of hand.
Yes, sir.
You'll give us a dissertation, no disrespect, Mr. Manager, and then Chief Operating Officer and the others will give their dissertations, so we can sort of summarize it. I think it'll be helpful for us to get out in a reasonable period of time based upon the intelligence that we've received.
And I think that this one can be a lot more crisp since much of it is updates. So good morning, commissioners and Mr. Chairman. What we will talk today are some of the same subjects that we've talked about before. Let me just highlight some of those quickly. First of all, on the COVID-19 side, we are seeing good trends in terms of declining percentage testing positive, below 10% in our hospitals. Most probable deaths still in the range of 300, but we are seeing an uptick in new cases on a 7-day moving average, which is a concern. The most daunting item on the critical path has been PPE and remains PPE. We will have today, I think, a very clear presentation of the PPE needs in 4 distinct categories: reopening, public safety, Board of Health, and in support of our municipalities. The total for a 90-day PPE support for all of those categories is just over $5 million. So you will see both where we are currently, what orders have been placed, and then what orders are yet to be placed again in each one of those areas. As we progress into this next phase of the COVID-19 crisis, testing has become more and more critical. We continue to lead Georgia with over 130,000 tests being completed across all of our partners. However, there are some changes coming that we will discuss with you, including the National Guard sites going away, mobile sites becoming more and more important, both in their impact and their efficiency, and the need for creative marketing and public education to ramp up the testing levels to approximately 4,500 a day, which would be a 50% increase. The testing strategy, Dr. Paxton will speak to, as that is beginning to take shape at Department of Public Health at the state level, and our plans will be informed by that strategy, but probably made much more specific than the strategy will deliver in terms of numbers of folks to be tested and in what segments and sequence, as well as investment requirements. On the reopening side of the equation, that was delayed from this Monday, June the 1st to June the 8th for our administrative offices. And it was in light of both the events of the weekend, but also the City of Atlanta curfew and the state of emergency declared in Fulton County. I thought that was the right decision to make and very consistent with a safety first approach, which we have had from the very beginning of this as it relates to our employees and the public. And Anna Roach will provide a comprehensive update on that revised plan for June 8th, June 15th, and beyond. We will also today provide a perspective on, I think, the enormously successful and impactful community support package that you approved early on in this crisis. And we will provide also a set of emerging trends that Dr. Rochelle will overview, as well as current results from this program. And so I think you'll begin to see that there are unmet needs going forward, and we will need to allocate resources to meet those needs. We continue to believe that the most prudent option for a worst case scenario at Fulton County Jail is to provide medical isolation units, but also realize from today's discussion, and particularly as postured as an expansion of the jail, it may have difficulty in gaining approval. But we will provide a financial summary that includes about $20 million for those isolation units that could be reallocated to other uses. And we'll make very clear that in addition to that, there's about $12 million for allocation now in the COVID $104 million budget for community support, municipal support, as well as keeping for a second wave if necessary. As we prepare to open more areas to the public, we'll be asking today for explicit approval on all protocols involving temperature screening, mask, and employee testing. And the discussion with MARTA is a good precursor, I think, to that. This approach does represent our best thinking and seems consistent, I think, with the issues that many corporations are dealing with. One of the articles that I forwarded to you from the New York Times was a good summary of corporations dealing with these very issues. And fundamentally, as you can see from that article and your own observations, I'm sure there is no cookie cutter approach, nor are there any guarantees in terms of public and employee safety. Last, I think the one thing that we all need to keep in mind, and one that I hope is becoming obvious as the way that we're attempting to operate, is to act and adjust. There is no perfect plan. We think our plans are solid. I believe we're executing at a level beyond what most governments are doing. However, last weekend's events is the latest example. Early voting challenges before that just underscore the continued shifting landscape that we need to be prepared to deal with going forward. Of course, we welcome your counsel and direction and thank all of our department heads for their leadership and focus. Just a couple of notes before we get into the details. On elections, we don't have an update this morning, but I have sent you a written update from Rick Barron and his team. A couple of things to note. As we've moved through the process of early elections, we've increased the number of machines from 42 to 122, so almost a 3x increase. We've taken the number of locations from 5 to 8. We've expanded the hours from 7 a.m. to now 7 p.m. We have offered water and chairs to help folks that were in line for extended periods. We have, in addition to that, dedicated 248 Fulton County employees in support of both early voting as well as day of election voting. So we believe that we're making every effort, again, in a very difficult situation, to manage this process. We've involved also some of our best leaders, Alice Kirby, Bridget Bailey, Glenn Melendez, Jessica Corbett, and I sat on a 3 p.m. daily call for a status of these important operations. And I visited every early voting site, one of which was yesterday. So, and we are seeing much improvement in terms of voting. And at this point, 15,000 folks have voted at the early voting site, along with 55,000 who have cast absentee ballots. In terms of the unrest and its impact on Fulton County, again, not a report today, but just a couple of comments. The jail population is up by a net of 7 since 5/29, so that's the good news. While there have been a number of arrests, obviously some of those have gone to Atlanta Detention Center and some have come to the Fulton County Jail, but we've also had a number of folks released. Both the Fulton County Sheriff's Department and the Fulton County Police have been active partners with Atlanta Police Department, along with the Emergency Management Organization in responding to this crisis. In fact, the emergency alert that all of us have gotten on our phones for the 9 p.m. curfew actually comes from Matt Kallmeyer's group, and they've done a spectacular job overall, but I want you to know that specific initiative does emanate from that group. The damage to our property is, as I've tried to keep each of you informed, has been minimal, with one construction site being damaged. And then, of course, the delay to the openings is the primary thing that has been an action that we've had to do administratively. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we're ready to step through this as quickly as possible, starting with Anna Roach and her introduction, and then Matt Kallmeyer.
All right, Madam COO, before you begin, let me just say one thing that I've observed here with being with you every day. I like to, I guess the popular term now is a shout out to the employees of the tax assessor's office, employees from a library system, and just as important, employees from our senior services areas. They've really stepped up to help out, particularly with helping out with registration and elections. So thank them for what they're doing rather than sitting home drawing a check. They have decided to come back and help out. So congratulations. Madam COO.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dick, thank you for that introduction. I don't have any additional remarks. I think you summarized it quite clearly. So in the interest of time, we're going to go straight to Matt and ask for him and his team with brevity to go through the EMA update.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the opportunity to go ahead and speak with you all today. I'm going to start off with our report modeling from Doug Schuster for the MSI, and we'll go ahead and round it out with a little bit of a SPOC update and PPE update. Doug?
Okay, the first slide we talked about, we're monitoring once again several things as far as it relates to phases for reopening. If you remember, there was a comment made about we're monitoring what looks like a upward trend in cases. We've done a lot of research. The low that you see on May 21st may be a little bit of a false low. If you remember, the state had a problem with serology tests, and that's the time they were pulling them out. So maybe that low isn't as low as it seems, but it's something that we're monitoring. And Ms. Roach will talk about that later on. But we do track the ongoing cases every day. Next slide, please. Another one of the very important things that we're tracking is the actual COVID positive patients, inpatients in hospitals. And as you can see, over a period of time, the inpatients have been slowly going on a downward motion. As of yesterday, we were at an all-time low at 170 patients, inpatients that are COVID-19 positive. So this is a real-time data of people that are in the hospital, and we think it's an important metric to track. Next slide. Another very important metric to track is as testing goes up, as we talked about, we have taken a sample size of from the hospitals who are doing approximately 45% of all testing in the county. We think that it's a good sample set because it's probably being done with the most acute presenting patients. And over a period of time, since we've been tracking, we've moved from 19.25%, and as of this morning, we just went under 8%. We're at 8.9%. So there's been a downward trend in the positive cumulative testing numbers at the hospital. So we think this is important. Just for reference, the state overall percent positive is just above 10%, and that's for everything, the SPOC sites and everything else throughout the state. So that our hospitals are actually under that number, we think that's probably a positive sign. Our SPOCs are testing at 4.2% last we checked. So it is an important metric that we're tracking is the percent positives of the cases, of the tests. Also, just I wanted to mention on this slide, last time we met, we told you that we had mothballed the Georgia World Congress Center 200-bed site. Also this week, the Piedmont Hospital had opened up an extra wing that gave us approximately 135 or so beds. They have closed that to get ready for an official opening of that wing this fall. But once again, both those facilities could be reopened. I don't have any slides like I've shown you in the past, but even with the closing of these two facilities, we still have a comfortable at this time margin of beds, critical care beds, and ventilators. So we're tracking those, continuing to track those metrics. Next slide. Last time we saw you, the most probable line is the dotted line that you see. As you can see, early on, the black line is the real deaths in Fulton County, crossed that line. And as soon as it crossed, we had a feeling that we would get a new projection. So the projection for the cases for most probable 2 weeks ago was approximately 260. It was 260, and now it's up to 330. And this is through the end of July. So the death projection sadly has gone up at this time, and we'll continue to monitor this metric too. Next slide. This is our cumulative test within Fulton County. One note here is the state is inching ever closer, and probably by this weekend, the state will be at 500,000 tests. And as of this morning, our cumulative test is up to 138,000 tests. This slide's a couple days old, but we continue to see, as Matt's going to talk about here, improved volume as we're working to make our SPOC sites more successful. Something to bring to notice here is the Georgia DoD Augusta University sites that was being run by the National Guard. Last day was last Friday. So those two locations are no longer being manned or run. We hope to leverage those neighborhoods and areas, and with our mobile SPOC units. Matt will talk about that too. Also wanted to mention as a last thing here is kind of a innovative thinking. We stationed mobile testing units at some polling places last week for early voting, and we were able to generate 1,482 tests at those early voting locations. So we think that was a successful strategy. Next slide.
Thank you, Doug. Want to go ahead and try to wrap the SPOC operation into a past, present, and future, just to kind of show you guys where we are, where we came from, and just some of the thoughts that we have going forward. Dr. Paxton will be spending a little bit more time talking about the future, and she's the one that is actually our chief strategist in that regard. But just where we came from, if you remember, we started off at one location at Charlie Brown Airport that did blossom into 3 drive-through, drive-up locations, north, central, south. 2 Board of Health mobile operation teams that are going out into the community to offer that. We had 2 National Guard locations, one at GSU and one at Greenbrier Mall. We had numerous nonprofit locations, SPOC locations out there. Everyone was trying to get out to the community and do some testing, as well as just a limited private sector offerings. Remember, we started off with CVS at Georgia Tech, then Walgreens came to there not long after up in the Johns Creek area, and people were trying to slowly get the private sector going. Switch to our present timeline. We have enhanced our relationship with the nonprofit partners, especially a partner that you see up there, CORE, the Community Organized Relief Effort. We'll talk a little bit more about them in a couple bullet points, but that partnership has actually helped us as we prepare for some reduction in staff. There's an increased emphasis on the process going out to the areas that we need them the most, so that's our mobile operation. We actually have partnered with CORE to go ahead and leverage 6 mobile teams to go out into the community, leveraging our EPIs, epidemiologists, and the heat maps that the teams are producing that are combined with the Fulton County GIS team, as well as the epidemiologists from Fulton County Board of Health. And we've been able to take 6 CORE teams and 2 Board of Health teams and move them around our community based upon where we're starting to see the little areas of concern pop up on the heat map. And that has actually proved to be really worked well for us. We are actually getting a lot of traction with that. And quite frankly, folks, we are leading the state in that initiative, getting out to the areas that need us the most. So that's something that we can be very proud of. We have had a loss of National Guard resources that Doug was talking about earlier. The Greenbrier location, as well as the GSU location, did close down because the National Guard resources were reallocated to other operations. However, with the amount of resources that we do have, our mobile as well as our fixed sites, we're able to go ahead and handle that loss in SPOC locations. However, the loss in National Guard resources when it comes to personnel, it was something that was a really huge concern of ours. The last couple of weeks, we were trying to figure out what would be our next step, and the heavens did open up and bring us that Community Organized Relief Effort Team, CORE, and they have gone ahead and taken over a lot of the positions that the National Guard folks filled for us at the North location. So with the loss of National Guard, the Board of Health has moved their employees in, along with Fulton County employees, to run the Roof Creek site when the National Guard pulled out a little over a week ago from that location. The central site has been manned 100% by Board of Health. And then the North site core is taking on all those different roles out there once the National Guard had to leave that location as well. So we're extremely grateful for that partnership, and we look forward to the next 3 months working with them. Finally, the future category, talk about leveraging marketing campaign. Our Director of External Affairs, Jessica Corbett, will tell you more about that today. But folks, with this combination of the Fulton County and the Fulton County Board of Health marketing campaign is going to be the next big wave of help. How do we get folks in our community to leverage testing and contact tracing? That is how we're going to go ahead and prevent a second wave from being worse than the first. And I look forward to you guys hearing some more about that initiative, as well as what our chief strategist in this regard, Dr. Paxton, has to say about that. Enhancing our public-private partnerships. There was an incredible meeting yesterday. To that end, we cannot thank the Arthur Blank Foundation enough for helping us get there. Once again, talking about Dr. Paxton, just going to go ahead and keep piling on the kudos to her for facilitating that, bringing us all together, and presenting a roadmap as how we're going to move forward to enhancing that public-private partnership, along with our county manager support in that regard as well. Our specimen points of collection, we're looking to go ahead and open those at Board of Health facilities, and leveraging the fact that our citizens that need the resources the most know how to get to those facilities. They're trusted. They know how to take advantage of those locations to get their health needs taken care of, and we want to bring back bring testing to some of those locations. We want to enhance our mobile spot capacity. We talked about that in the present category. I think that is once again the future. It's nimble. It has shown incredible results. We're able to go ahead and pop up with different events that are going on. Like Doug said, we took advantage of the early voting locations last week and this week. We have had incredible results with that. We look forward to go ahead and finding other things out there, as well as partnering with our faith-based partners, because there is an increased demand for amount of individuals that want to take advantage of testing. Return to work is happening. People in our community need to get tested to get back to work. So we've been leveraging, we've been seeing an increased demand because of that, as well as our faith-based partners wanting to go ahead and provide that to their congregations as they start bringing their folks back to their houses of worship. And the final thing is going ahead and leveraging SPOC operations that require a little less personnel to operate. So we have a model that's currently going on at the Center for Health and Rehabilitation, which is our central location. That is a park and walk up. It takes about half the staff to operate that as opposed to a drive up location. So we're going to be looking at how can we implement that maybe at the north and south sites, and be able to go ahead and spread our staff to take on other missions like mobile SPOCs, or getting back to some of the other health missions that the Board of Health is responsible for. So that is what you're going to see in the future activities when it comes to this. Next slide, please. I'd like to transition to our discussion about PPE. We're going to present to you guys 4 buckets. We've talked about them in the past. We wanted to make sure that it was very clear as to how we're organizing ourselves in the initiative and making sure that we have enough PPE for going forward. The first one we'll talk about is the Fulton County return to work and the operations bucket. As you'll see on your screen, we have the different categories: gloves, surgical masks, hand sanitizers, desk screens, thermal temperature scanning devices. Anything that is green is we have enough to go ahead and meet the needs that our Chief Operating Officer will go ahead and discuss with you in a few minutes. The gloves is an ever growing challenge for us. Our Chief Procurement team, Chief Procurement Officer and her team, Mr. Strong Winokur has been pounding the pavement to go ahead and find resources to help us get to that point. Gloves have turned out to be a challenge, as well as N95 masks. But we're leveraging every provider that we can, every distributor out there to go ahead and meet these needs. As you can tell, we have ordered 7,600, only 820 boxes have come in, but they are still coming in every day, and we look forward to go ahead and turning that to a green number. The other number you see that is orange is the desk screens. We did have enough for our initial reopening, but as more and more people are getting ready for the next phase, there was a need to go ahead and add that another 300 units to that. So that was why it did change to an orange, because of the additional needs that were needed for that particular one. On the right-hand side, you will see what that breaks down into. We'll go ahead and have a wrap-up slide in a couple of minutes, but I just wanted to go ahead and showcase each category of what we're estimating based upon some of the higher numbers that we have seen with what we've been purchasing and the cost for each one of those categories. Next slide. The next bucket that you see is bucket number 2. It's the Fulton County Public Safety Cash. This takes into account our police officers, our sheriff's deputies, our marshals, emergency management, 911, and medical examiner to make sure that we have enough supplies should the supply chain break down as well in the future if we have the second wave, which we're anticipating. Once again, there's some reds, there's some yellows on this. We're trying to go ahead and work to meet these particular buckets' needs, and we're continuing to go ahead and strive to get that while we deal with the challenges of the supply chain and trying to get that back up and running. There is some concern that some of the products that we get, which do come from the Far East, some nationalization has occurred of those factories, so there is less product coming out, and sometimes some of the things we're trying to purchase the quantities of don't meet some of the minimum thresholds to go ahead and have a dedicated shipment. So once again, the chief procurement officer is working with her team to go ahead and get these supplies filled for us. Next slide. The municipal cash. There's been some questions about this. Just want to go ahead and try to describe this in a fashion that may relate to some individuals that are listening to us today. The municipal cash would be treated as the strategic national stockpile was treated for us in the country. It would be a 90-day supply that we're trying to build up should the supply chains no longer be available for us to utilize. So there won't be particular shelves with each city's name on it and their little allocation for them on the shelf. What we're trying to do is build a collective amount of product that would be necessary to meet the needs of the cities that are covered under the Fulton County CARES allocation of grant funds, so that if we get to this point again, we can actually pull from this to go ahead and meet their demand. It wouldn't be giving extra supplies to them. It would say, based upon what your current burn rates are, what your current needs, we'll go ahead and remove from these particular buckets to go ahead and fill that. As you can see, that a lot of things have been orders placed. We're waiting for those orders to come in. So there's a little bit more red numbers on here than you have seen on the other slides. But the surgical mask, of course, we reached what we thought is what our minimum amount would be for a 90-day supply for our partners there. Moving on to the last slide, the Board of Health slide. These, we did have some last-minute numbers that came in. Initially, we were still working with them to determine what their needs were going to be. As a planning number, we're going to be moving forward with about $100,000 or $99,250 specifically for each quarter for what their particular needs are. I'll verbalize some of these since we did not have them available at the time of submitting our slide. They're looking at about 1,000 N95s per 90-day use, 6,000 surgical masks, 60,000 surgical masks, 1,500 face shields, 1,500 surgical gowns, and 1,150 boxes of surgical gloves, which comes out once again to just shy of $100,000. Next slide, please, for the wrap-ups. As you can see here, based upon each category, folks, this is what we're looking at with the overall cost for all the different buckets wrapped up together. It comes out to, with the new numbers that we're going to be using for the Board of Health allocation, 5.186. Once again, about $5.2 million for every quarter, every 90 days is what we're looking at for our PPE financial allocation. And the last slide, folks, is just going to be a pie chart for you to go to see how the allocation is being set up and what's being used. We will include the Board of Health numbers, which you'll see is a 0 on this pie chart, and be able to go ahead and give you a complete look of what the overall PPE allocations would be. Once again, as you see on the top of your screen, please go ahead and use that number as 5.2 million as your discussion purposes moving forward when you're looking at how to allocate CARES funds. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and open up for questions and turn it back to Madam Chief Operating Officer to facilitate that up.
All right, Ms. Roach, any comments before questions and answers? Questions rather than comments?
I have questions.
No, we're happy to have the Board of Health numbers that we can include in our totals now. The next time you see these PPE cash slides, they will have the Board of Health numbers incorporated into it as well.
Okay.
We're ready for questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Carn, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Matt. Great presentation as always. You guys are doing a great job. I looked at the allocation here. I see what we're talking about here, $5.2 million. Have we allocated any money for face masks for our seniors, for our most vulnerable populations?
Commissioner, that has not been put forth to us as an initiative to work towards. If that is the desire of the Board of Commissioners, we can definitely go ahead and work towards that, sir.
Well, I asked because, obviously there's some kind of a disconnect here. I understand we have to cover our employees, but we're also beholden to cover our residents as best as we can. When you're talking about $104 million, again, the 5.2 million is definitely needed. But obviously another 5 million at least is going to be needed for the public to take us through this summer into the fall, into a potential phase 2. And this just does not make any sense to me at all, that we not cover our most vulnerable populations as best we can with some type of a gesture for public coverage. So again, I think it does not make sense if we cover our staff that we do not put in the same amount, an equal amount of monies for PPE for the public that does not have access to it or may need it again. So I think that's something that we either overlooked, or I know I certainly am concerned with it. And I hear from residents, I'm getting emails from city council members now where they could possibly receive PPE for their community. We're covering our police and fire, which is great. Our frontline responders, which is great. But there are also people out here that are in need that can't get access to protection to flatten this curve countywide. So again, I think that's something that needs to happen, and I want to hear from staff about that.
Excuse me, Commissioner Carnes, maybe this is Dr. Paxton. Perhaps I could just jump in. We actually at the Board of Health agree with you, and we are at the moment, over the past couple of days, we've put out bids for various masks and preventive items that will be branded with the Fulton County logo. And so we are actively making steps toward making these available. These would be given out not only at our health centers, but also at various community events. So this is not something that has escaped our attention, and we are actively.
I'm glad to hear that. I think there needs to be some action today on that. I don't think there needs to be any delay whatsoever. I understand supply chain issues. Again, I think we need to earmark money right now with this money in terms of practical uses that are going to help folks on the ground right now. People need help. I want to see funds allocated today. I don't want to waste another day on this. And I've been asking for several weeks on end for coverage for our public. Obviously, this jail project is not a good use of funding. I understand we delayed it, not that I was going to be for it anyway by any stretch. I don't think that's a wise use of money, but I want to see some protection for our citizens, and I want to see that today. That's what I would like to see from this body.
Other commissioners?
Yes.
Oh, you have the floor.
Dr. Paxton, I just want to tell you, thank you so much for even thinking about the fact that we need to purchase these PPEs. And then also, did you say you're going to put the Fulton County logo on them as well?
Well, the various things we're looking at are face masks, face coverings, and we're still voting on the various designs. But yes, we're thinking of putting just like a kind of a nice looking branding for the Fulton County on the face covering that one could just pull up over their nose. And then in addition, we are looking at shopping, reusable shopping bags seem to be quite popular among our clientele. So we are looking at that, and again, also putting a brand on it.
Well, Dr. Paxton, I just want to say thank you. You are a true public servant in the Board of Health. I am so happy that you are on board with us. You just hit the ground running in every aspect of serving the public, and I'm just looking forward to more of what you're going to do. It's almost like everything that I've ever asked for and wanted the Board of Health to do. You came in with that forethought to just implement it and do it. So I'm looking forward to us moving forward with a lot more. And I do agree with Commissioner Carn that we need to do this now. We need to allocate funds now and get it done. And so I think, since Dr. Paxton had the forethought to go ahead and start, that we just need to add to that and move forward in a bigger way. We have the need there, we have the vulnerable population, and we need to meet that need. So thank you so much. And thank you, Matt. Great presentation. You guys are doing great work. I'm so glad that everything's coming together with building that department and having more full-time county employees in that department. You guys needed it, and I'm looking forward to you getting more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other comments from commissioners?
I have one last comment.
Commissioner Carn?
I would like to bring forth a motion for PPE for our seniors, for our public, in the amount equal to the $5.2 million that we're allocating for staff and facilities. I'd like to earmark this money to carry us through the summer and the fall, if there's a phase 2, and hopefully it's not a phase 2 or not as severe, but I'd like to allocate and earmark money for PPE for the general public, however we decide to allocate it, along with Dr. Paxton's recommendations, and that's my motion.
There's a second?
Seconded.
All right, second for discussion. I would like to respectfully ask that we hold on any motions this time as we decide how we're going to. We got a big issue that still has to be decided. I don't think anyone disagrees with the intent here, but I'm not sure that right now is the time to do it. But the motion is properly before us. Let's vote. Councilman.
Whoa. Can we talk about this for a second?
Sure.
I think there's a definite need. I don't know if I agree $5.2 million should be put in that category. So if I have to vote on this motion, unfortunately, I'll have to vote against it. While in theory, I actually do agree with it. I just think the amount that encompasses everything that we're spending, on PPE in that area is a little much. So,
well, what would be your amount? I'd be fine with your amount. If it's $1 million, whatever your amount is, I'd be okay with that.
Just a minute.
I'm not sure of the amount, but I'm willing to consider a recommendation from staff that's appropriate.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So,
and I just got muted. I don't know that I was finished. I can unmute myself. Thank you.
Commissioners, listen, it's very difficult to know who's talking, who wants to be heard. Commissioner Houseman has the floor now. So go ahead, Commissioner Houseman.
I'm good, but I think that, and I do have some questions after we vote on this particular item, if that's what's going to happen. But again, I support this. The amount I think is excessive.
Then I believe I heard Commissioner Hall and I heard Commissioner Carn.
Yes, I was just going to ask, do we have any type of numbers on how many seniors do we serve? Because we know they're the most vulnerable population, and then we could go from there on a number. I do want to reference the fact that the chairman did write a letter to Mr. Anderson that was leaked to the news, or maybe it was purposely given to the news, where he was asking for $3 million for a stockpile of PPE, and but it doesn't say who it was for. So I mean, that alone kind of gives us an idea of how these amounts are being presented to us. So this letter says 3 million stockpile of PPE. Joe, you said 5. So is it 3 or is it 5?
What I suggested, colleagues, is that we have this discussion about the use of the balance of the 104 later on in the meeting versus taking this up right now. That was my only suggestion, and I think that's still appropriate and makes sense.
Well,
if there's a proper motion before us, let's vote it up or vote it down.
I would like to adjust my motion, Dr. Paxton. What is a good number here? And this is a number to earmark funds for the public, for protection for the public, in particular for our seniors, our most vulnerable population. I've asked for this before and it's been delayed. Let's pick a number Now that we can adjust that number later on, but we need to dedicate some of these funds to the people right now.
You know,
So let's take a number. And let's,
Commissioner Carn, I understand where you're coming from. Remember, I'm an epidemiologist and we run on data. So I really am not in a position right now to give you a number. The way we would figure that out is we would look at our costs of what each of these kits would cost us, and we would pull numbers as to what the intended population is. But I simply just don't have that number at my.
Okay, I would amend my motion to adjust it for $3 million earmarked for these supplies, at least earmarked. Doesn't mean we spend it all, but let's earmark at least $3 million for the public, for our senior population, for PPE and some type of a protection.
All right, that's a motion that's before us. It's voted up or voted down. I hope we would not do that at this point in time. Commissioner Houseman?
I'm going to vote no, but I certainly hope that we add this to the discussion items for the later item, as you just mentioned.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis?
No, and I echo the sentiment that we continue the discussion later on in the meeting.
Commissioner Morris?
No, same comment.
Commissioner Hall?
I think we can add this to Commissioner Hausman's because she's addressing this already. We've talked about this in the past 2 meetings, and I think it's something we could actually add to Commissioner Hausman's resolution that we have later on.
Okay, is that a
that's a no.
All right, Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
I vote yes, and I'm okay with adding it to Commissioner Hausman's as well, but you know, we attempted to look at it later on in a previous meeting and it got swept under the rug. So I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. My vote is yes.
Come on.
Yes.
We got a lot to cover today.
And the motion fails.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Continuing on page 5.
Oh, I'll have some questions, please.
Not,
Oh.
okay. We got a lot to do here on the presentation. Commissioner Hall, not Hall, Houseman.
Yeah, I have a list of questions, but I won't make the compliments I would have made, and I'll just get to the questions if you're going to rush me.
No.
I think it's important to explain to the public now how they can go about getting a test. I know that it is not as cumbersome to get a test any longer. Can someone just speak to that briefly, please?
Well, let's do this now. We just heard one presentation. We have several others. Dr. Paxton, you want to answer that now? We got an order here and an agenda that's before us. But
sure. Nothing much has changed in terms of how people can schedule a test. There's a number. We have a hotline number that they can call, and they can just be scheduled for a test. So.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right, but the main thing that I want to make sure that we're prepared for is voting next week. You gave us an update about the number of absentee ballots that have been received. I believe it's 46,000, almost 47,000, but there's been almost 135,000 requests. So that means a lot of folks are not returning their absentee ballots. So that also means that we should expect a big turnout on election day. And I just want to make sure that we're prepared for that. Or if you've got better information than the numbers I just gave on how many of our absentee ballots have been returned. I mean, you know that the program was designed to give us some relief on election day, and our difficulty with getting them processed has led to, I think, a situation that we were hoping to avoid. So can someone give us an update on that, please?
Mr. Barron going to speak later. He's not on it, but let's suggest we have an agenda here now. We're trying to get through it. So
it's part of your update.
Just a minute. You mentioned this voting absentee ballot. Go ahead and address that, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. The information that we have from the elections team is 55,000 have voted absentee ballots. This is up to date. And 15,000 folks have voted at the early voting sites as of today.
Well, there still was 134 that were sent out. So that's a big gap. That's about 75,000 or so. So I just hope that we're ready on election day, and we're confident that we can handle what it looks like we're going to have a large surge.
Okay, other questions or comments at this time based upon the incident response management team update? Not, Madam COO?
Dr. Paxton's report is next. I know she had made a couple of comments previously, but her full report found on page 17 of the slides would be next. Dr. Paxton?
Thank you very much. And just to answer a couple of quickie questions, while we were talking, my staff has been diligently listening in, and I got an email that the kit that I was talking about, you know, the face mask and the other, and hand sanitizer and other things in that, the cost for that is roughly $10 to $15 per kit, depending on what we put into it. So it's not cheap, but if that's going to help your deliberations, you can use that as a number. Okay. So anyway, thanks again to my colleagues at Fulton County, and particularly Matt, for doing such a very comprehensive overview already. So I don't really have too much to add to that, and I'll go through my slide, and then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the thinking behind what our future strategy will be. So as has been mentioned, we've had incredibly productive meetings with a lot of the different partners, and there has been just about 100% agreement that we'll all be working together to develop an overarching plan for Fulton County that will be under the auspices of the Board of Health. What is also of note is that we obviously have a lot of interaction with the Department of Public Health, and they have developed a statewide testing and contact tracing plan, which they presented to the health directors yesterday as an overview. And I think the important things to bring out about that is that they have developed a lot of media materials that can be used in all the districts and adapted to the local situation. And they're going to be making that available for us to look at and see very, very soon. So they just gave us an overview, but it looks like a nice addition to what we're already doing. The guidelines that they are putting out are, well, they're general guidelines. And so I think that from what I heard, I think that we have a considerable amount of leeway to, we'll have to make some adjustments to it to respond to the needs of our constituents, including businesses and the like, here in Fulton County. But again, there are statewide guidelines that will very soon be published. As has been mentioned by Matt, we will be taking over what the National Guard was doing, not necessarily in those same sites, but we feel we are more than adequately equipped to absorb the testing that was previously under the National Guard's overview. And as has already been mentioned, we have had great success with our mobile sites and also with our walk-up units. And so our emphasis on the future as we go forward is to use those more. And while we will not be completely getting rid of drive-up spots, our emphasis in the future is going to be on the mobile units and the walk-up units. As it goes with long-term care facilities, we've been having regular calls with them and have worked out a system of enhanced reporting. We are doing prevention service visits so far with Wellstar. We have an MOU with them, and we have members from our Board of Health team that are working with them. And our hope is that we might be able to expand that to work with other large healthcare providers in the area to expand that so that we can have a greater reach in the long-term care facilities. And as has been mentioned, and I think you'll see the actual plans, we are setting up right now the plans and schedules to get all Fulton County employees tested before the full return to work. And the next item I just put up there because many of you might have seen it in the news is that we recently have been involved in a cluster investigation of COVID infections that appeared to be associated with a high school graduation. They were associated only in the fact that it was not that we don't expect anything occurred during the actual graduation ceremony, but after the ceremony, people the kids went out and celebrated, and there were parties, and people going out to restaurants and traveling, and so there were a small cluster of COVID infections associated with that. We have done full bore contract tracing with that. It was initially a little bit difficult because there was a lot of media around this, and the parents were reluctant to pick up the phone because they were there was an onslaught of media attention. But after concerted effort, we managed to, I think, enlist their trust, and we've had significantly more success with that. But I just bring it up because it did show us, it's again highlighted that there is just contact tracing is difficult. Or can be a little difficult. And so that's one thing that we are going to be working with our partners, particularly our partners who already have reach into communities that might traditionally have a little reluctance to interact with authority figures, that we are working with them very, very closely on having them help us with this contact tracing. And then lastly, about the Board of Health Operations, we're obviously working very carefully on planning our service delivery needs as we expand our facilities. I shouldn't say reopen. Most of our facilities, we've continued to provide services, particularly out of our 10 Park Place clinic, but now we're obviously going to be expanding those, and so we're doing very careful planning along those lines. We're in addition working with several school systems on their reopening plans, and for those of you who might be interested in this, the Georgia Department of Public Health and the Department of Education have published on both of their websites guidelines that they have put out for how to safely reopen the schools. And so we are working with the schools on that. And this is a silly technological thing, but I actually can't read the bottom of my slide. So I think I had another point there, but I can't even see what it was. But anyway, and so in addition to what's on the slide, I think I would just want to talk just a little bit about sort of what our planning is, in that I should also mention that we are going to be offering testing to the first responders and protesters, that have for the protests that have been going on for the past several days. So we're working with the city of Atlanta on that, and exactly how we're going to provide that. But I just wanted to let you all know that that is fully in our plans to see if we really want to make sure that all of the as many protesters and first responders as we can are tested for COVID. Now, what I wanted to say about our future thinking is I think it's just important that we really want to think big, and this is all with the support of the Department of Public Health and the Commissioner. And the reason is because of, like one thing that I have certainly seen in my 30 years of being involved in healthcare and public health is that in these sorts of situations, it's never just about the virus. And we know that we really have to address some of the underlying issues that affect risk for this particular disease, and that also can worsen, the effects of this disease not only on the individual but on the community. So what we are sort of all of what our planning is going towards is really kind of linked to this as well. We've done a pretty good job on improving testing and offering to more people, and we're obviously going to continue to do that and try to improve it even more. We're going to improve, of course, the contact tracing to make it as good as we can, but we also can't lose sight that there are many people who might not be infected with COVID, but who are affected by COVID. And so we want to work in that space to see if we can improve what we're offering to the community. To that end, the DPH has actually, they are paying for and contracting with these to offer all of the health districts 1 or 2 resource coordinators who will be in our districts to help specifically with our clientele with things that are like non-testing related, such as food insecurity, maybe housing, helping with I'm stuttering a bit, helping fill out job applications, those sorts of things. So we think that that's very important. And so we are going to be working with this resource coordinator who should be onboarded relatively soon in Fulton County. And in addition, we are working with our partners, particularly partners like CORE and the Arthur Blank Foundation. I just this morning, we've set up, I'm going to be meeting with their, I think it's called their Rapid Response Task Force next Thursday morning, so that we can start outlining plans for how we can incorporate and enhance what they're doing to better address the needs of our clientele here in Fulton County. I think that's all that I have written down here. So I am now open for questions if anyone has anything.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paxton. Are there questions? And let me just advise you that there are a number of protesters outside of the building. I want to go and speak with them. I know why they're out there. So Vice Chair, are you here?
I have a few questions.
Vice Chair? Where's the Vice Chair?
It's not.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
All right, I want to step out for a minute. Would you take over for a moment, please?
Happily.
I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton. A great presentation again. We look at what's happening outside. We look at what's going on. I'm assuming everyone got the flyer that I was sent about the protest that was planned for 12 p.m. I'm assuming that's why the chairman has gone outside to address those protesters. Their big issue is this jail expenditure. And obviously the public thinks it's not a great idea. But Dr. Paxton, we talked about, I've heard several times about the declining percentages and of testing positive and so on and so forth. And apparently the picture has been given of a downward trend. Again, like 2 weeks ago when we were here together, every category that I've seen has gone up. The last time we were here, there were a little over 1,600 deaths in Fulton County. Today, that number is topped over 2,100 deaths in Fulton County. 2 weeks ago when I was here, the hospitalizations were around 7,000. Today, there are over 8,300 hospitalizations. 2 weeks ago when we were here, there were around 1,600 ICU beds in Fulton County taken. Now there are over 1,800 ICU beds. So I don't see the percentages and the trend going downwards. I see it kind of going the opposite way. We talked about jail relief. What is going to be the cost to test all the inmates at the Fulton County Jail? Just a ballpark guess. What would that cost us?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that figure right here.
Is there anybody on staff that can give me a ballpark number in terms of what it would cost to test? Was it 2,400 people in the jail?
Well, before you go down that way, can I tell you that we're already working on that? So we have already put in, we made a request to the National Guard to see if they could go in and do that. We're waiting to hear back from them. But we also are we're looking into providing the jail, at least the intake department, with one of the Abbott machines. It has the Abbott test has its drawbacks, but we think that it might be useful to at least identify people who are positive quickly so they can be segregated. But we are working already on trying to on getting all the inmates tested. So
I'm glad to hear that.
It's on our radar. It's already on our radar, and we are working on that.
Okay. And I'm glad to hear that. But I would personally, I'd like to see a little more progress on that. We've tested over 130,000 folks in the county. surely we can test another 2,000 folks at the jail. There's a lot of concern about inmates at the jail. Evidence, as you see outside, they're asking about it and gathering right now. So I'd like us to move that a little bit further up on the radar. I'd like to see those numbers this week, what it would cost a ballpark to test the 22 or 2,400 people we have at the jail. Does anybody have the number of what we have currently at the jails at all the sites? Anybody?
It's about 2,500. It's a little over 2,500, Commissioner Carnes. But we are testing people at the jail. I don't know if funds were placed for testing to be done, and then anybody who's symptomatic is being tested routinely. So they are doing some tests. Now they haven't done all 2,500, but they're in the process of trying to test people at the jail.
I'm glad to hear that, and I know we were in
Carnes?
process last week.
At the jail is 2,537.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think the public would be a little more relieved if they knew we were at least seeing about making sure that they were tested. Those that want tests, I know they can refuse tests just as anybody out here in the public, but I'd like to see that as low. I would consider that low-hanging fruit to alleviate some of the issues and concerns at the jail. So, but I thank you for your report. And I
Commissioner
appreciate
Carnes?
that. Yes.
Emergency Manager just wanted to go ahead and support Dr. Paxton with some of the statistics for this. So as of June 1st, all new individuals coming through the jail will be tested. Our Deputy Chief Operating Officer of Public Safety could go ahead and expand upon that, but the Board of Health has allocated sample collection kits to the medical provider to go ahead and accomplish that mission when individuals come through the jail. We have also, at the request of the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, submitted a resource request to the State Operations Center to ask the National Guard to go ahead and conduct sampling and testing of all inmates at the jail. That mission has been received, and they are just processing it at this time. We don't have an assignment date yet, but they have acknowledged receipt of the mission request, and they have not rejected it. So they are working towards that end. But a lot of effort has gone to what you just asked for, sir.
That sounds like progress. Is it that we're unable to conduct these tests ourselves and need the National Guard to do it for us? Is that what the sentiment is?
I think the amount of individuals that had to be tested in a short time period, we just did not have enough resources within the Board of Health to accomplish that mission, as well as the healthcare provider within the jail. I think it would be inappropriate for me to go ahead and comment any further. Our Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Adams, is intimately involved with the Sheriff's Office and the operations of the jail. I think we should allow him the opportunity to expand upon that comment, sir.
Okay, and I do want to hear from him because obviously we do have the funds in terms of CARES Act funding to take care of this. Folks, look out your window. If we look and see what's going on out here, obviously the jail is a big concern for more reasons than ever before. So testing everyone in that jail I think is a top priority. And whether or not we can wait on the National Guard to do it, I don't have the wisdom to make that determination. I don't know when they can come and do it, but in my opinion, these are now issues that need to be taken care of right now. So that's all I got.
All right, who's next? Go ahead, Ms. Roach.
With your permission, sir, we'll move on to the next slide.
Okay.
Next slide. And next slide. Commissioners, we're at the section in our COVID update where we're going to provide an update on the reopening planning that has been underway over the last several weeks. I wanted to be sure to highlight our gating criteria once more because we have downgraded the trajectory of cases in the 7-day average calculation from green to yellow based on the numbers that we've seen over the last week or so. Doug, in his remarks, showed where our trend was going up. And so we wanted to be sure to be honest in our communication about where we were in terms of the downward trajectory in the 7-day average of new positive cases. We have daily conversations with Dr. Paxton. She also is concerned and wants us to always report honestly about where we are in terms of our positive cases. And she is continuing to consult with us about whether or not it is prudent for us to go forward with our reopening planning. At this juncture, we have decided for a number of reasons that we're going to move forward with reopening. Under her guidance, we are going to continue to watch this metric as we continue to implement very measured reopening planning. But we think it's nevertheless prudent to go forward with our reopening planning for three primary reasons. The first of which is that we are seeing a downward trend in some of the other metrics as well, such as hospitalization. And the second reason is that, and we've stated this over and over again, we are continuing to take a very measured approach to reopening. It is phased. We are not bringing every employee back. We're not opening every service to the public all at once. So it's a very measured, timed approach. And we think that is another reason why we can prudently go forward at this point. I mean, I think finally, we have always been adjusting as we look at these gating criteria, and we have no issues, as we did in this past week, adjusting back from steps that we've taken. So we believe that if we continue to watch the 7-day average of new positive cases, and it continues to concern Dr. Paxton and our EMA team, that we will walk back decisions to open our government consistent with the public health data that's continuing to be analyzed. I'd like to make one other comment on this slide, and it's as it relates to equipment. Unfortunately, we have seen a number of the orders that we have placed delayed for one reason or the other. And we continue to compete with the rest of the world in securing personal protective equipment. We did go ahead and continue to keep this metric as green because we have enough to facilitate our phase 3 opening, which is scheduled for June 15th. However, this is another metric that if we're going to continue to watch closely, because if the trend of the delays continue with some of the deliveries for our PPE, we will have to downgrade this metric to yellow, and then we will be having a conversation about how prudent it is to proceed under those circumstances. Next slide. This is our reopening timeline that we've socialized with the board previously. As the manager stated, our June 1 opening, where we were going to bring our administrative offices back online without opening our government center to the public, has been postponed due to the recent events and protests that have been occurring in our area. We had a conversation with our employees, our directors, and our external affairs department has communicated with our employees. So we have dialed back that original projected opening of June 1st, and we are going to target June 8th for that opening. All of the planning that went into place to facilitate a June 1 opening has not gone to waste. We have everything ready, and we hope to be able to bring our administrative offices back online on June 8th at 1:41. Likewise, the planning for our phase 3 June 15th opening continues. And we hope to focus our update on reopening today, the next couple of slides, on that June 15th opening, where you'll see we plan to open the tax commissioner's offices, behavioral health locations, and the tax assessor fully to the public. On that day, as you know, commissioners, the administrative leave will also expire. And so all of our staff in libraries, senior centers, arts, and developmental disabilities training will also come back to the offices, but those services will not yet be open to the public. As an example, our library staff will be brought back to the government center, primarily with a focus of readying our libraries for curbside delivery to the public, which will take place hopefully beginning on July 1st. We'll keep up there a continued focus on examining a future model for our library, senior, and art services as we face this pandemic and all of the complications thereof. What we want to do is make sure that we put in place a service delivery model that has a primary focus of protecting the vulnerable. Next slide. This is somewhat new. I thought what the public and the board would benefit from, especially with the next round of openings that are going to be open to the public, is a list of the types of services that will be available beginning on June 15th when we do effectuate our phase 3 opening. In the tax commissioner's office, we'll continue to see that office provide property tax, solid waste, and motor vehicle services at all 5 of its primary locations in order to facilitate the crowds that we expect to see based on the length of the closure we've had so far. The tax commissioner has prudently extended hours at all of the locations, and in 2 of the locations have stood up Saturday hours from 8 till 1. We will see that the offices to take payments at senior centers will remain closed, and Dr. Ferdinand will assess the need to reopen that service in the future. Next slide. The courts are Chief Justice has extended the administrative order for the courts to July 12th. And so we do see that the courts opening, phase 3 opening on June 15th is a limited opening. And so much of what you'll see in the services is continuation of video conference hearings and limited access to the public. Most significantly, while the Superior Court will open its doors and the state court will open its doors, you will see that there is a discontinuation as it was in the past of jury trials. Those will not resume and are discontinued until further notice. But there will be remote pretrial assessments in our pretrial intake services, continued again remote supervision services, as well as remote mediation services and hearings. Next slide. Much of the same for state court. The magistrate court continues to operate, and they are doing in-person hearings, but they will facilitate video conference hearings when available. And you'll see their services listed as well as their locations. The North and South Annex Magistrate Court offices are continuing to be suspended, the services there until further notice. In the state court, their administrative offices at the North and South Annex will remain closed, even with the phase 3 opening on June 15th. Next slide. Juvenile court is a similar story. Limited in-person hearings will begin. They will start with 2 courtrooms on a daily basis. They will continue virtual hearings, will increase public access slowly, but they also have the intention to limit the total number of staff that's available at 395 prior. Of significant interest as well is what is going on with our probate court services. It's a hugely popular public service as well. Their 136 location, some of the things that continue to be suspended, even with the phase 3 opening on June 15th, will be weapons carry licenses. The probate court continues to be hampered by public safety offices that have fingerprinting services continued suspended. So until those services resume, it will be difficult or impossible for the probate court to resume weapons carry licenses. Also, for social distancing purposes, mass wedding ceremonies continue to be suspended. And due to complications with the number of staff available, the probate court will be closing the 136 prior location early at 3 p.m. Their north and south locations will remain closed, and we will update you on the probate court's planning to open those locations as we continue to provide updates on reopening planning. Next slide. And finally, in terms of location services and modifications, you'll see this slide provides information about libraries, senior centers, arts, and the developmental disability training centers. For the most part, the facilities, all of these facilities will remain closed to the public. However, libraries will provide curbside book pickup and curbside book return beginning on July 1st. We have provided for the Board of Commissioners has approved expanded digital services, and those services will be available to the public. In our senior centers, we have ramped up significantly, thanks to Ladisa and her team, virtual classes, and her team continues meal services, wellness checks, and home repair services as they were provided in the previous model. So again, all of those facilities will remain closed to the public. Our neighborhood senior centers will remain closed to the public and staff. However, we will open our multi-purpose centers to facilitate staff providing all of these virtual services and the services that they continue to provide to our seniors. Same with the arts centers, those will remain closed, but we will be enhancing virtual programming as well as making ourselves available for any municipality that wants to do capacity building planning. Our developmental disabilities training staff has been hard at work doing wellness checks as well as virtual programming and consulting with caregivers, but we will keep those facilities closed in our phase 3 opening, and the staff will return to work to provide, to continue to provide those remote services. Next slide. This is somewhat of a dashboard that we continue to track the 7 main work streams that we have established for reopening. Much of the planning is underway. We have department interviews being conducted this week, and you'll see these % completion numbers continue to climb, particularly this week as we interview departments for reopening. Next slide. Next slide. Based on the dashboard that we talked about, the 7 major work streams, we have scheduled cleaning services, the installation of signage, as well as the installation of protective equipment for all of the facilities that we are reopening on June 15th. The dates are there, and the staff is hard at work to make all of these things happen in time for a June 15th opening. Next slide. As well, we are planning for testing, decluttering to facilitate the sanitizing of the facilities, as well as employee reorientation, as we affectionately call it, to make sure that our employees are prepared for the new environment that they're returning to work in. I did make a note that we are changing our model for employee COVID testing. We initially went with a model where we tried to auto-enroll employees for testing. That got a little crossways with the Board of Health scheduling of tests. So we are redoing that model to where we're going to establish specific appointments for each employee. So that is underway, and that's why we don't have specific dates for return to work employee testing for phase 3. Next slide. That is basically the summary of our reopening planning for phase 3 and a little highlight of our phase 2 delay. We'll continue planning as well as targeting our June 8th opening for administrative services, or June 15th opening for phase 3. And then of course, we'll begin planning for phase 1, which excitingly, I think, especially for the summer, will include curbside services at our libraries. Next slide. Mr. Vice Chair, or I see Mr. Chairman is back. We are ready for questions on reopening.
Okay, I'm back. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, Ms. Roach, did you say something about an order from the chief judge extending the judicial emergency until July?
I believe we got a communication from the county attorney's office to that effect. Patrice, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, the actual order, and I did send it to the CRO yesterday. He has extended his emergency until June 12th, and then has put into place some continuation of various types of cases and a new court schedule, but it's not an actual emergency declaration.
And that is the chief judge of the Fulton Court or the Georgia Supreme Court?
Supreme Court, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Okay. And then do we have a plan from Superior and Magistrate Courts to deal with the backlog for TPO? I understand the TPO only has one officer or one judge, and there's a 650 case backlog, and those cases must be heard within 30 days. And I assume that there's a similar backlog for eviction cases.
Vice Chair Arrington, we did not speak with the magistrate court specifically about the backlog, but I will ask her that question and provide you a written response.
Okay, and I think Superior Court as well with the TPOs, the temporary protective orders.
We will get that response to you and the rest of the board, Mr. Vice Chair.
My assumption is that there will be additional resources needed, both people and financial, in order to help with those backlogs.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and at this point,
a question as well.
sure, let me just make one statement here. I did write a letter to the governor asking for an extension of the motor vehicle registration renewals to be extended to July 1, 2020. So I'm waiting for a response on that. That would obviously give some relief to our citizens. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, Ms. Roach, I've been asked about court recordings. Are they operational at this point, all of them through the Superior Court office, or give us an update, please?
I am not sure about court recordings. I will.
Court filings,
sorry?
deeds, and all those kinds of things.
Oh, so that's a clerk question. Okay, I will contact Ms. Robinson and ask whether or not filings for deeds, et cetera, are up to date. You'd like to know whether or not a backlog has been created?
The citizen can come in and make a filing if it's a private matter.
We'll provide you that answer, Commissioner.
Thank you.
They're accepting filings every day.
Thank you.
All right.
I have a question.
Commissioner Carn?
I heard 2 dates for our courts reopening. The first date I heard from Mrs. Roach was July 12th, and then I thought I heard June 12th. Now, was I just confused, or did I hear those 2 dates?
No, I may have misspoke. It's June 12th, the administrative order expires, and we're planning for a June 15th opening. Okay.
The other question in regards to the libraries, and the opening plan sounds very good. So what I've heard, I don't know if you all know it or not, but there are folks not aware that we even have a digital library platform and digital library services. I asked for the breakdown of the digital library usage by branch, and there's some huge disparities there. There's one branch with somewhere of 70,000 digital checkouts, and the other branches with less than 3,000 digital checkouts. So there's probably a lack of awareness there. And I don't know how we look at that, again, due to the coronavirus pandemic and folks being at home and not having access to the physical library. Is there some type of a campaign maybe the library board or could put together to let folks, so that folks are aware that the platform is there? A lot of folks don't go on the library website. They're not aware that there is a library website for that matter. So again, awareness, that may be something we need to look at. And the last question I had was, I understand that the mass weddings are done and that's not happening. Now, are any individual weddings being allocated for at all.
I know that marriage, they continue to provide marriage license services. I will have to follow up with a response on whether or not individual weddings are being conducted at the probate court.
My understanding is that they're not.
Okay. I just provided an update by Alton, who says that they're not providing individual wedding ceremonies either.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add something that was not mentioned. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, the clerk of Superior and Magistrate Courts has been open the entire time through the pandemic, and I just want that to be noted, that they have been consistently serving the public.
That's correct, Commissioner. And that's why they're not on our reopening plan. It's because they have been open this entire time.
But they wanted it mentioned because you spoke of the courts, and they are not, they're not formally part of the courts. So I want it to be mentioned separately.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, other comments, commissioners, questions?
I have one comment, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to see that we will be opening up all the libraries for curbside. I am disappointed that that's July 1. I do think it's a number of people do look to that service, and as Commissioner Carn indicated, that there's a preference that folks have for hard books, and they don't use digital, as well as there's an awareness issue probably there too. But nonetheless, I know a lot of our citizens, and I've heard the feedback, are frustrated that we're going to do something where it's curbside. If a restaurant can turn around and provide curbside service, and we're running other features like elections and tax offices, earlier, why can't we stand up, kind of the distribution of books on a curbside basis? So if there is a way to move that forward, and we're already into the summer, and kids have lost a lot of time already from an educational standpoint. And every day that goes by, the opportunity to not get reading materials and other things in their hands, particularly given sort of the isolation and lack of other opportunities that are there, is just disappointing that, we're talking about July 1st as, kind of the first opportunity for hard physical books for people to be able to pick them up. So if there's any consideration to move that forward, I think it is an important thing for all our citizens, and obviously something that we've invested very heavily in as a county. So that's my remark on the opening stuff.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, let's proceed. Madam CO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to hand it over to the CFO for her update on our CARES funding.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer. We have a brief update for you today on our use and allocation of the CARES Act Fund. Currently, of the $104 million, the budget has been allocated to reflect roughly $78.3 million between health response, community relief, and PP&E. That's roughly 75% of the budget. And then we have about 12% now reserved for the second wave or other programs, and the balance of the budget, which is about $13.7 million, is currently allocated towards facility sanitizing and our personnel costs, mostly the hazardous duty pay. Next slide. This slide is the detail of how we have actually encumbered and dispersed the funds that we've utilized so far. On the left-hand side of the screen, we have the list of all of the purchase orders that have been issued, and this information is through May 29th. So through May 29th, we had issued $4.3 million in purchase orders. Of that amount, we had actually expended or dispersed $840,641. Down towards the bottom of the slide on the left-hand side, you will see other disbursements. Those total $12.8 million. Of that $12.8 million, roughly 11 million of it is related to two items. 7.5 million is the relief package payments that have been made against the initial $10 million community relief package. And then 3.7 million that's been paid out thus far in hazard pay to employees. The balance of the items in this section of the schedule predominantly are for the PPE items that have been ordered and paid for outside of a purchase order process. On the right-hand side of the schedule, we are sharing with you the remaining list of commitments or placeholders for the use of the CARES Fund. You'll see that the most significant items on the list relate to the funds that have been held for the jail isolation unit, as well as funds that have been held for PP&E for the third and fourth quarter of 2020 and the first quarter of 2021. That PPE amount is roughly 14.4 million. And then we've also set aside 18 million in order to implement the testing plan that Dr. Paxton is working to develop. So if you take all three of these different categories and you add them together, it's about 80.3 million out of the 104 that we've either issued a purchase order on, expended, or have other commitments or placeholders or reserves set against the 104 million. Next slide, please. This last slide is specifically an update on our progress in allocating and expending the original $10 million community relief fund. Of the $10 million that the board committed, $8,082,000 has been allocated. $1,918,000 remains unobligated. That is split between two areas. We have $1 million that we've held in reserve for meals for seniors to be able to continue to provide meals for seniors once the public health emergency has ended. And then we had set aside $900,000 for homelessness, isolation, and testing that we have not had to tap into yet based on the information that we are receiving on the status of the disease within the homeless community. Of the amount that's been allocated, of the $8,082,000 that's been allocated, we have actually dispersed or paid out 7.5 million. So we have about 500,000 remaining to disperse. Most of that is in the meals for seniors area, where we are still receiving invoices from our partners and providers, and have a few more weeks of meals to provide, so the invoices will come in over time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any questions on the CARES Act Fund update.
All right, any questions, commissioners, or comments? Any questions or comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I have another comment. So did magistrate court provide a plan and request additional resources? I thought I saw something about that. Can somebody add that? Anna.
Nothing.
Or maybe Sharon?
Commissioner Hall, I'll go back and look through my messages. I don't recall anything specifically from the magistrate court where she had requested additional resources. At least not recently.
Okay, and then was there a survey that certain departments or courts were asked to complete that was due today?
So, Commissioner Hall, we do have a couple of things that you may be talking about. We do an interview with each department head previous to a reopening to gather all of the information we need to calculate PPE and to schedule cleaning. Following a reopening date, we also send a post-action survey to department heads to see how our reopening, both planning and execution, went. So I'm not sure which one of those you may be talking about, but those are the two contacts that we have.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Vice
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Whitmore, so I see that we've got the 104 million. So right now we're currently only planning on spending money from the CARES Act for COVID. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So none of the general fund or any of the budget items are currently anticipated to be used for COVID response.
Not at the moment, no, sir.
Okay. I had another question. Oh, and the budget as you presented it just now included the $23 million for the isolation units at the jail.
Yes, sir. The 23 million is part of the $104 million budget for the CARES Act fund.
Reduced to 21.3.
Yeah. Reduce, Sharon.
Right. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. 21.3.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I had one question.
Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sharon, for the presentation. Very thorough. I've gotten other requests from some of our seniors as well about the meal services and the home delivered meals. Apparently, one of the more popular options is the Piccadilly home meal deliveries, and I see if we do have funds left over, I don't know how we can increase that because there are several residents and neighborhoods that are not on that list. So I don't know what it takes to get more residents added to that list. If that amount of funding is exhausted, if we can figure out a way to replenish that, because I have been getting requests from many neighbors about that. So if there is a $500,000 or I saw $1 million on here plus left over from that first round, I want to see if we can increase at least that program because there seems to be a high demand for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Carn. I was just going to say, I think that in the information that Dr. Rochelle is going to cover next, she will probably be able to address that concern.
Thank you.
All right, other questions for CFO?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So we've got this piece that Dr. Rochelle is going to brief us on next, but I think there's some recommendations there, but those recommendations are not embedded within what you just shared with us, correct?
Ellis, if the board were to want to act on what Dr. Rochelle is going to present, the $12 million that's currently set aside as the second wave / other programs would be the source of funds that we would recommend using for that purpose.
Say that again.
If the board were to act on what Dr. Rochelle is going to share with you next, the $12 million that we have in the second wave / other programs, in the reserve for second wave is what we would recommend the board pull from to fund Dr. Rochelle's recommendation.
Okay. All right, so it's in this, okay. I see. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Yes, one quick follow-up.
Okay, Commissioner Houseman?
Okay, so 2 weeks ago when we had this presentation, our number was 40-something million. Is that correct?
It was 44.88 million was the amount that we had allocated or expensed against the 104 million.
Okay, so I guess I've been trying to determine what was the jump from the $34 million difference. So could you just give us a quick what's included in the additional money from 2 weeks ago?
Yes, ma'am. The two primary changes are we actually set aside and reserved 14.4 million for PP&E to balance out for Q3, Q4, and Q1 of 2021, as well as $18 million for the testing plan that Dr. Paxton is working to develop. And then the next two significant changes would be setting aside 1.3 million for increased day porters for county facilities as we begin to reopen, being able to have a greater presence and more of our high touch point areas cleaned throughout the day by day porters. And then 790,000 for a marketing campaign associated with the testing plan. So those are the most significant items.
All right. Thank you for that. And I think it would be helpful if, as we go forward, if anything significant comes off or anything new is added from the last report, that's highlighted so we'll know exactly what the changes are.
Thank you, Commissioner. We can do that.
Thank you.
Anyone else at this time? All right, continue. Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we're going to move to an area of interest, I think, to both the public as well as many members of the board, which is an update on the results, more importantly, that we've had on the investment that we've made in our community fund. But also, Dr. Rochelle is prepared to provide recommendations around round two of that investment. So I'll turn it over to her now, and we'll be happy to hear an update on what the results were.
Thank you, Anna. Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. As Anna indicated, the first part of my update will include the impact of the funding that was provided for community services support. And this report is going to cover the service dates of April 5th through May 23rd. We have served over 30,000 residents in partnership with over 50 partners in the community. Several of our great partners have already indicated that they have exhausted the funding because of the incredible demand that we are seeing in our communities as a result of the impact of COVID. The first area is emergency assistance, rent, and mortgage. To date, we have served over 7,000 constituents in this area, as well as utility assistance. We have served over 12,800 constituents. When we look at the trend of where our constituents are requesting assistance, over 80% of the requests are coming through our partners for rent and mortgage and utility assistance. For senior meals, this is the most requested service that we have continued to see over the last couple of months. Just last week alone, we received over 468 individual requests for meals. And we have served to date over 34,000 meals to over 3,300 seniors. And an additional service that we added to the meal delivery is grocery delivery. What we heard from many of our seniors is that they were fearful and of leaving their homes to shop for groceries. And so we added a grocery service as well and have served over 3,700 grocery bags to over 2,600 seniors. We are continuing to see an incredible demand for food access. You only need to look at the news to see the incredibly long lines at food banks and at food giveaways. And we have served over 6,000 constituents to date, and those requests make up approximately 20% of the requests that we are receiving through our partners. For seniors that would like to register for meal service, they simply need to call the Fulton County Star Line, which is managed by the Department of Senior Services, and that number is 613-6000. Again, that number is 404-613-6000, and a senior services customer relations representative will walk the senior or their caregiver through the process to register for meal delivery service. Moving on to recommendations for a second community assistance package. Next slide, please. These 3 pages of recommendations total $9 million. 1.9 million of that is recommended to roll over from the first assistance package, with 7.1 million being recommended from the existing CARES funding. So for resident support from June 2020 through December, $6 million for continuation in emergency assistance and senior meal services for seniors and disabled, food access, and an emerging need that I'm continuing to hear about from our partners and constituents is assistance with childcare. Many of our constituents are trying to return to work, want to find employment if they've been laid off, and one of the challenges that they continue to face is affordable childcare. And so this emerging need has been added to the resident support package recommendations for $1 million. So these recommendations total $6 million. Next slide. The second area for recommendation is continuation with economic development for $2.5 million, specifically a small business assistance program targeting artists. And this partnership would be in collaboration with the Fulton County Arts Council using the current contract for services model and process as the application and review process. An emerging need that we are continuing to hear about is the need for job training. Many of our constituents have been laid off and are, quite frankly, going to be unable to re-enter the job market with the current skills that they have. So this recommendation provides short-term training for workers to learn new skills that are in demand and to fill temporary positions that are focused on COVID response. And this particular recommendation would be in collaboration with our very own WorkSource Fulton, our Fulton County Resources Department, and our community partners who have expertise in job training programs. Again, all of these programs, we would continue to leverage the existing network of partners that we have been fortunate to work with to date. So that will conclude my update.
All right, questions at this time?
I have one quick comment.
Mr. Houseman?
Dr. Rochelle, I'm so glad to see the child care issue addressed here. Thank you very much for recognizing that this is indeed one of the next problems that I think a lot of members of our community will face. And I appreciate you putting that into consideration and adding that to our list of grants that we're going to hopefully approve.
Other comments or questions?
Need a motion.
That's it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess my question is, where do we go from here on this particular item? I'm certainly in support of what the recommendations are. Just didn't, we're looking for a motion here, or what's the next course of action?
Well, that's certainly in order. However, there's still the issue of the 21 million that was being recommended for the jail isolation facility, which has been removed from the agenda. It would be my thought that we would take the time to, if that is going to be approved, then this is probably in order. If that is not going to be approved, that means we have $21 million that we can use, because I don't think, quite frankly, from my analysis of this, and I spent a lot of time on this, that what is being proposed, I'm in support of everything on here that's being proposed, but we would have another $21 million to put into these programs that are here. So I would think that we would need to make that other decision first, rather than piecemeal it, and then decide where are the needs. I mean, obviously, we're all talking about senior meals for seniors, clearly a need. But one of the other ones that's on here is that rental, mortgage assistance, and utilities is becoming huge. Job training, Dr. Rochelle mentioned that upskilling, I guess, is a term for it now. I mean, our workers, Fulton County residents who are in the hospitality and retail industry, those jobs are gone. So that is another area for us. And then I also think that, need to the cities, which we need to decide that. So from my perspective, the bigger decision is, what do we do with that 21 million to add to these programs, which I think I'm supportive of all of them, quite frankly. But I don't think it's the best way to do it is to piecemeal it. Unless you want.
I mean, do we? The question is, it was the will of the board. Do we want to dispose of? I know we've not formally discussed it, but do we want to dispose of the concept of this? Collectively dispose of this concept of this jail isolation unit, so we can get on with discussing and making decisions around the remainder.
Or alternatively, Commissioner Ellis, if we could approve these items today again, which I support, and then if the decision is made not to go forward with the jail isolation facility, then we can come back and then reallocate that 21 million as we see fit. And I would hope that it will be the same categories. I'm not opposed to moving.
I would personally like to see us go ahead and take action and address and take approval on what's been presented to us from Dr. Rochelle right now. So
all right, I can support that.
I have a comment as well.
You want to make a motion, Mr. Ellis?
Yeah, so moved on that.
Second, Commissioner Carn.
Yeah, I do support that with some discussion here. The 9 million is good progress. I think we're going to need a higher number than that. The backlog of evictions are coming. There are other things that are coming that are going to bring tremendous pressure onto county citizens. Underemployment is going to be, increasing. I don't think there's much of an appetite for this jail thing at all here. And I know we took it off the agenda, but I think, I've been listening to residents and I'm hearing them clearly. Obviously, this is not the time or the place or a good allocation of funds. So I would suggest along the lines of Commissioner Ellis that we just, take the jail project off the table completely. I think there are better uses for these funds, and go on and look at some allocations for this funding with the additional $20 million that's going to be freed up from this jail proposal. So I think we need to look at that, either take it off the table if there's no appetite for it, which I don't think there is, and move on to spending this money on some of the things that the people who actually need out here.
The motion before us now is to approve what is before us, and then we'll deal with that 21 million at a subsequent time, is what I'm hearing. So any other comments at this time?
I'd like to hear exactly what we're voting on. Can Tanya please repeat?
Motion, Dr. Rochelle made a presentation, it's in the package, where it says round 2 recommendations. And the motion is to approve those round 2 recommendations with the understanding, though, that if the decision is made not to move forward with the jail isolation facility, and that $21 million could be used to supplement the items that are contained in her recommendations to date. Obviously subject to changes, but so we approve this package today, and I'm in complete support of everything that's on here. But I think that that 1 million, depending on what happens with that, can be used to in these same categories. So the motion is to approve the recommended round 2 funding of the programs that have been outlined by Dr. Rochelle. Anything else? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Harrington?
I only got some arts money, yes.
What is it?
I got some artist money.
You got what?
Some artist money.
Oh, Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
All right, now I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Next item. Madam COO?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last component of the COVID update is an update from External Affairs on our marketing plan.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you very much for having me with you today. And thanks for all you're doing in the middle of this crisis. As you've heard a lot this morning, testing is really a critical component to our return to some kind of normal operation. So getting people back to work, making people feel comfortable being in public places. And if you think back to those first few weeks of the COVID-19 outbreak, testing was extremely limited. We had maybe a few dozen tests that were available to us in Fulton County. Now we have the capacity to test almost 5,000, over 4,000 people a day as we sit here today, which is very exciting. What we have observed, however, is that we're only actually giving about half of the tests that we're capable of. So we really need to close that gap. And the way to do that, we believe very strongly, is through a very visible, robust marketing and outreach campaign and I'll describe it in a little more detail, but in doing that, we also need to reinforce risk communications messages, meaning the things that people do or to mitigate the risky behaviors that people take. So for example, Dr. Paxton described the students who attended a party and about 20 of them became infected. So we have to continue to reinforce the messages of social distancing, hand washing, all those other prevention measures. And thirdly, we want to make sure that Fulton County residents feel really confident in our work in mitigating COVID-19. So it's not so much that we're trying to beat the other counties in some kind of way, but we want to make sure that people are confident in the work that we're doing. We feel very strongly that Fulton County is a leader in health response and in many other places. And we want to make sure that that we appear to be so as we communicate with the public. Next slide, please. So the big idea is to make sure that every Fulton County resident gets tested for COVID-19. And this campaign that we're describing would implement owned communication channels, meaning things like our website, FGTV, our social media platforms. It would also include earned media, which is public relations, press releases, those kinds of things that we work for, but we don't pay for. And then lastly is paid media. And that would include things like broadcast, radio and television, billboards, out of home, transit posts, so bus shelters and things of that nature, along with a really strong paid digital campaign. So as you all know very well from your own social media usage, social media is a very powerful platform, but you do have to work to cut through the clutter. We also want to maximize search engines and making sure that we are leveraging things like Google Ads and things of that sort. And in doing all of this work, the focus would be on reaching the places and the people most impacted by COVID-19. So I know that you all received the epidemiology reports from our Board of Health, and we can see very clearly the geographic areas of our county that have had the most impact from COVID-19. And it is not a secret to any of us that people of color have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. So we want to make sure that our campaign is sensitive to both of those things and has outreach that reaches the right people with the right message at the right time. Next slide, please. So we have been working with an agency, and they have developed the message, the campaign, Fulton Needs You. And this is sort of the position statement for the campaign, and I'm just going to read it out loud for the public. Fulton County needs you to help prove that community is stronger than COVID. It is our residents who make Fulton County. They're the ones who've done so much in the fight against COVID-19. Staying home was huge, but we still need help. As we open up, continue testing and beyond, we need our people more than ever. We need you to help us get up and running again, because you have a major role in the health of our county. Communities need you, restaurants need you, businesses need you, churches need you, and Fulton needs you too. Next slide, please. So I'm very excited to share a preview of some of the visuals that you will be seeing in coming days and weeks as we hit the ground. So this is a sample of a billboard to help residents of Fulton County go take action to go to a testing site, get registered. So we do have a testing page up and running. Next slide, please. These are samples of bus shelter ads. So one is the testing message, another is a social distancing message that again highlights these key messages for our residents. Next slide, please. And then this is a sample digital ad that would help people kind of learn more about or would be placed in a digital platform for people to see. So it's a very compelling message. I think it gets people's attention with the missing you. We also I want to note one thing, that our timeline had been actually to be live with some of these messages this week. We really wanted to, after the activities of the last few days, certainly testing is just as important as it's ever been, but we also recognize that and wanted to respect kind of the space around us and the messages around social justice that really need to be heard right now. So we wanted to take a brief pause as we as those events continue, and we'll be launching our campaign in the next several days as we again continue to unify the community around the message of testing, around their role in helping us get back to a new normal. And we're very excited to also be working with a community, with a partner around community outreach, specifically things along the lines of faith-based and nonprofit work, identifying some of the issues around health disparities. So that is still in progress, and we'll be able to provide an update to you. I hope at your next meeting. With that, I can take any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had one question on this.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I understand the sort of the scope of the campaign and that sort of stuff. But one thing I didn't hear mentioned, and I know it sort of was spoken to earlier with kind of the comments in the MARTA presentation, and then certainly we've talked about PPE for citizens and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, there is there an opportunity here with the media campaign to also, you know, this Fulton County needs you to be safe, you know, not only with testing, but could there be a promotion of, you know, wearing a mask, the importance of that? Seems like there could be a lot of things that could be done with that theme that sort of plays in with kind of what you've already just presented, that it could be easy to wrap it into it. And I don't know if y'all had any discussions with this group about that, or if it was just exclusively focused on awareness around testing.
Actually, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, and I didn't do a very good job of explaining that. So one of the things that we were very excited about this campaign theme is that it is flexible enough to accommodate both the testing message, which is really where we started, but as we saw, as we've seen our numbers continue to rise, as we've seen young people, especially engaging in activities that put themselves at risk, we absolutely want to incorporate messages around those safety messages. So in health communications, they call that risk messaging. And so that would be things like you just described: wear a face covering, wash your hands, practice social distancing, continue to do all those things that have been drilled into us. And with those specific messages, we have really identified, you know, adults probably 18 to 25 as one of our highest risk groups for some of those behaviors. And again, we've seen it ourselves. You know, I live sort of near Piedmont Park, and as I drive through the neighborhood, I see just vast gatherings of what appear to be, you know, young Atlantans gathering in the park, not wearing masks, not practicing social distancing. And we all see that in our communities, and whatever neighborhood in Fulton County we live in. So I think it is something that we have to keep driving home to those residents. So that is the idea, and I'm sorry I didn't explain that better, to flex the campaign to incorporate both testing as well as those risk messages and health messaging.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, there's an example on the screen now, that one on the right, or yes, on the right, to that very point.
All right, got you.
Yeah.
Okay, other comments at this time or questions?
Yes, I like the social media tags, but they seem a couple of them that frame two. I don't know if we can go back to that slide. But the frame two said to get tested. It really didn't have, I guess, the information. I would love it if those social media ads, and that's not it. It was the one where there were 3 different ones on the page. There we go. I would love if, you know, at the bottom it said free COVID testing. I love the whole Fulton needs you. As Commissioner Ellis said, it could tie into other stuff. It could even tie into our census efforts. Fulton needs you to fill out your census. But that second one is labeled frame 2 seems incomplete. It just says to get tested. And I get it when you see it, if and when you see it in conjunction with frame 1, but if it is posted by itself, it really doesn't say anything. And so maybe there could be a banner across all of the bottom of frame 1 or frame 2, or maybe all of them, that says free COVID-19 testing.
I think that's a great suggestion, Commissioner. And I think the concept is that these are frames in sort of like a GIF type thing where you have a video, but I hear you and I totally agree. And I think these are definitely samples and they are not live yet. So we can make those tweaks for sure. And I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Good. I think 2 great suggestions, and I'm really excited about this campaign. I think it's going to put us light years ahead of any other local government with this kind of campaign out there. So thank you, Ms. Corbett.
Thank you.
Other comments at this time? Questions? If not, we are a little behind. We're about 20 minutes behind schedule, so I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session. There are a couple of personnel items, some litigation, and some real estate. So entertain a motion to recess for lunch in executive session.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve. Houseman? Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Harrington?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
I vote yes. Thank you. So we are recessed. Then let's try to hold this to like 45 minutes max, so we can talk at the same time. Y'all have to help us. How do we get out of this and go into executive session?
All right.
Ready? Check to make sure everybody's here. Madam Clerk.
2 or 3 online, less than 10 minutes.
Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, you with us?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
I'm here.
Commissioner Hall? Vice Chair Arrington?
Present.
Commissioner Carn? He's in the room. I'm here. Is that the quorum?
Yes.
All right, without objection, I'll entertain a motion to resume the regular order of business. So ordered. All right, Madam Clerk.
Executive session?
Is over. Yeah, we're
Do you have
back.
any-
We're resuming there. Any items from executive session?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we need to get authority to grant representation in the matter discussed in item number 1.
All right, I move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn. I vote yes.
And the motion passes.
Next item.
We need to authorize my office to file an amicus curiae, a brief in the Florida versus Georgia water wars litigation.
So moved.
All right, second, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall, Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn, and I vote yes.
And motion passes.
All right, anything else from executive session?
No other items for me.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, 20-0398, County Manager, ratification of countywide COVID-19 emergency procurement.
What's your pleasure?
Just one question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Morris?
The $838,000 of digital library, is that really COVID-related emergency procurement?
This is the digital library office.
Yeah. Yes, and in fact, Commissioner Morris, there were some FAQ guidelines issued by the Treasury Department that did specifically say that type of digital products in lieu of regular products being reimbursable we're eligible for reimbursement under COVID-19 funds, CARES funds.
Okay, on the theory that we wouldn't have procured them otherwise?
Yes, and it was not in our budget, and we would not have procured them otherwise, not at this level anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn. I vote yes.
And the motion passes. I have 5.
All right, next item.
Next item, 20-0399, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the June 3rd, 2020 Budget Sounding.
Move approval.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll second. Any questions? Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn. I vote yes.
And motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0400, Information Technology, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide street level imagery platform that scales and automates mapping.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion to approve. Is there a second? Second.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any questions? All right, cast your votes, please. Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Mr. Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, 20-0401, Real Estate and Asset Management, as amended, request approval to amend an existing contract to provide general services for Group H Art Centers.
Move approval.
I'll second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
20-0402, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a change order less than 10% to modify the existing scope of work to incorporate the addition of the Fulton County building signage.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn. I vote yes.
Yes for Arrington.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 20-0403, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a change order less than 10% to modify existing scope of work for additional services related to wayfinding project.
Move approval.
Is there a second? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Ms. Hall, Mr. Arrington,
Yes.
Carn.
Yes.
Yeah, I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 20-0404, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide corporation stops and brass fittings.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 20-0405, Community Development, request approval of a memorandum of understanding between Fulton County and Hope Through Soap nonprofit to address COVID-19 crisis.
Move approval.
All right, I'll second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Chair Harrington.
Yeah, I just want to remind y'all to undo the removal of our HUD status so that we can continue to be able to do things like this. Yes.
Commissioner Card,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Under Commissioners' action items, 20-0346, sponsored by Commissioners Hausman and Hall, request approval of a resolution to establish the Fulton County Municipal COVID-19 Relief Fund.
Commissioners, this is the third and final time this is before us. All this is a safety net to capture any money that's left over at the end of the period that we have this money. It would go to the cities in a formula based on population. Pretty straightforward. We've talked about helping the cities a lot. So far, we have not. I know there's a next item down the agenda that perhaps we might decide to do something now. This is just in the event that any money's left over, that it not go back to the feds, but that it stays here in Fulton County, and I hope you'll support it. I don't know if Commissioner Hall, you have anything to add?
I do. I just want to reference the past couple of board meetings where we actually addressed and discussed this item, and it came out that there were other things that were needed or that people wanted. I just want to ask my colleagues, Commissioner Carn and Commissioner Arrington, if we actually have addressed those additional things that they had voiced their opinion on wanting as far as this is related.
I still don't know if I'm all the way there. I certainly want to help our cities. My biggest concern is just, I think it's too early. And I think we make a decision at that time. You know, I just think it's too early. But I'm certainly in support of helping our cities. I know we're already doing that some by providing PPE. I just think it's too early, but I'm definitely supportive of maybe we come back and we have money, then, you know, I'm open to that.
Okay, so.
And I definitely think this is a good precaution as a backup plan. I think in light of the times that we're living in right now, that it's good to let our cities know that we have their backs and that we will back them up in the event that we don't spend this money. I think it sends a good message to our community partners that we're going to be with them through turmoil, pandemic, hurricane, typhoon, you name it. So I think it sends a good message now, and I think cities are in need of a feeling of partnership with the county. So I'm for it.
Yes, and I think that we probably should have heard 406 with this because it addresses Commissioner Arrington's statement about the reimbursement to municipalities, and it shows that there have been numerous requests made concerning the needs of those municipalities. So I think we probably should have heard the two together.
Okay, I the second one, 0406, and I have no objection to discussing them together. I think the primary difference is the first one, 0346, will take effect rather in November or December, assuming there are funds left.
In the event of any funds left.
And 0406 would provide relief now up to $2,500,000. because they need relief now. And I think each of you received a report from me on the on expenditures that each of the 14 cities have expended to date, and they total approximately $2,500,000. So that's where that number came from. And it's pretty, and there was also a use of funds attached to it, and one of the, I think there were 2 attachments to it. So this would provide them $2,500,000 of relief today, which is what they need. And going forward, assuming we have PPE available, then rather than them spending additional money of their own money, that they would come to us and request whatever PPE they need, and we would provide it to them to the extent that we have it in inventory. So, and I think that would both, I mean, I have no problem with 0, 3, 4, 6, but I would think though that what they need is relief now. So I'll be voting for both of them. I know that they need relief now, and some say we got their backs. Well, this will really prove that we have their backs.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I think that we can do both. I am concerned. I don't know what exactly they've requested, and is it a process where they just, if they request it, they'll get it, or is there any sort of equity in the distribution of the money?
Equity was, I asked them in a letter that should have been in everybody's packet. I asked each one to outline and detail their expenditures to date, and to date was, I think it was so a couple of weeks.
May 16th.
May 16th, directly related to COVID.
Yes, sir. And now I do see that letter. Thank you. I see the breakdown of what they've asked for. I mean, there's a wide variety in these numbers. As high as 782,000 and as low as 13,000.
Right, and some of the cities of comparable size, you'll see also see a variation. So we'll have to dissect what we, what's appropriate based upon the 3 designated uses of the COVID funds. Because in the final analysis, we, Fulton County, will be responsible for any expenditures that are not related. We will have the black eye, not the cities. But there is a form attached that speaks to the allowable uses, and the manager, I guess, along with the CFO and the county attorney, would review their invoices as they send them in to determine which ones are appropriate or not. So I think it's pretty straightforward.
But again, I think there needs to be some equity, and it has to be tied to something, whether that's population, or if you've got another avenue to have that be equitable. How will that be distributed?
That has come up before regarding population, and quite frankly, when I did some rough math with respect to population, it really comes out to be about what's listed, what they submitted, because there are some expenses that a couple of the cities submitted that will be, what's that legal term, ultra vires, is that it? Yeah. Beyond the scope of
Ineligible.
Ineligible, in other words, yeah, ineligible. So when you exclude what's ineligible, the numbers will pretty much coincide with the percentage of population. So it's pretty close.
So then if we added a clause to have it be population based, you would be okay with that? Because I'll offer that friendly amendment.
I'll second it.
What's the actual number?
Go ahead.
I mean, you've got 2 cities here that are very close in population, and there's about a $600,000 difference in their submittals. So, I think we've got to set up something on the front end here to make our cities comfortable that we're treating them fairly.
Well, with 406, I believe these are just direct requests that were brought in March sometime or something. So I think it's a different situation from the resolution.
I want to support it, but it needs to be equitable.
It needs to have criteria, and we need to set some kind of, I mean, there's nothing in here that says what the qualifications are or anything.
The qualifications are in there.
The CARE Act, the CARE Act.
Yes, the CARE Act sets that out. I mean, that's pretty crystal clear. You read
What's the criteria for selecting who gets what, though? As Commissioner Hausman pointed out, you have 2 cities of similar population, and the amounts are significantly different.
And as you probably know or should know, everything that's submitted would probably not be approved, but we would have to be very careful to make sure that what we pay for, what we reimburse, we believe is consistent with the requirements of the CARES Act. And my initial reading of what was submitted is that some of what was submitted would not qualify, and therefore we would not reimburse for it. But I get the issue of
the problem with
go ahead.
One of the problems, Commissioner Hausman, is that he sent a letter and gave them a cutoff date, and this was a reimbursement program, not an ongoing program. And so he asked everybody the same question, you know, let us know what expenses and.
Correct. And that doesn't mean that we were going to fund all of them. I'm just saying we need to put a process in place that is equitable to what we do decide to fund. That's all I'm saying.
No, but the process is they would not have had any other expenses.
We didn't set up a process. He sent a letter. That's not a process. I'm sorry. That's not a process.
Well, you sent a letter asking all 15 cities what did they need. They submitted their needs.
Not need,
but they spent.
Yeah.
Which you're saying are some are not allowed.
Well, and we didn't guarantee anyone we would give them anything.
Correct.
So I think this is something that another gesture that we make sure we heard you. We're going to get you something if we can, if it qualifies. There was a cutoff date, so everybody had a fair chance to submit whatever it is they had. Nobody was denied. So we'll take a look at them, and whichever ones qualify, if there's money for them, I would hope we would do something for them.
I would want that if anyone questioned how another city got funding that was more than theirs, or I would want to be able to literally point them to something in writing that said what the process is.
Yes, I agree. I think that's what protects the county.
Okay, let's do this. Let's vote it up or down.
What are we voting up or down? I've got a friendly amendment to your resolution that would put a clause in it.
I don't accept. So let's vote. We're on 0346, and the motion is to approve.
We're on the first one. That's yours hasn't even been sounded. We had a courtesy we're talking about.
I second her motion. I mean,
we already had a motion on the table.
And I seconded.
Listen.
Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you could just vote it. You could say you don't want to accept it. I second it.
May I finish? What I just said in plain, simple English, what is before us is 0346.
Correct.
Moved and seconded. I said, let's vote it up or vote it down. That's all I said. Now, anybody take issue with that?
There was a friendly amendment on the floor that had been seconded.
Well, no, that was for the other, it was confusing. And I must say, Mr. Chairman, that it is quite difficult to keep up with these meetings, these virtual meetings. And so if anything comes across as being tense or, you know, anything other than normal behavior, please take that into consideration.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis? Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hall?
No.
What?
I'm sorry.
That was a no.
Yes.
Is it no or yes?
I said yes.
Commissioner Hall votes yes. Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote no.
So the motion fails.
All right, next item. Madam Clerk.
Okay, the next item is 20-0406, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. Request approval of a resolution establishing a program to reimburse municipalities located in Fulton County for expenditures eligible for reimbursement under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act.
All right, I'll move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Houseman?
I'd like to make a substitute motion that this resolution include a disbursement process based on population of allowable expenses under the CARES Act.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote on the substitute. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
No.
Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote no.
And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, back to the main motion to approve. Commissioner Houseman?
What's the question?
The motion is to approve 0406.
Yes, I will approve it. And I just, for the record, want to say I'll vote yes, but the distribution is unequitable based on these expenses that I see on this list. But in order to help my cities throughout the county, I'll vote yes. Certainly hope that the distribution is done in a fair manner.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes,
Next item.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Item 7, 20-0408, sponsored by Vice Chairman Arrington. Request approval of resolution reversing the county manager's implementation of various budgetary controls impacting Fulton County employee matters taken pursuant to the local emergency in Fulton County regarding COVID-19 outbreak.
What's your pleasure?
So I asked the CFO earlier if she anticipated using any of our general fund or other budgeted funds for COVID relief. Her response was no. The only money that's being used for COVID relief is the $104 million. As such, there's no reason to continue to allow these spending controls. There are people that need to hire people. One of the other things we need to do, we need to get our summer internship project up and running. If you want to get these kids out the streets, you want to stop them from protesting, offer them some summer internships. Let's get them to work. Let's give them some money in their pockets. We need to have the full budget back functioning properly. There's no reason. We've got $104 million to deal with COVID. If we want to take some portion out of the other $1 billion that we funded in the general fund budget and all our other budgets, if we want to take some portion of that and reserve it for COVID, that would be great. But it doesn't make sense to freeze up a $1 billion budget and we've got $104 million allocated. Now, maybe if our chief financial officer had said, hey, we're going to need another $104 million on top of the $104 million that we have, maybe it would make sense to do that, or maybe it would make sense to pull $104 million out of there. But at this point, it just doesn't make sense to continue to hold up those controls.
I have a comment.
You have the floor, Commissioner Carn.
I do tend to agree with most of that. If we're gonna stand this county back up and get services back up and rolling, like Commissioner Ellis said, restaurants are open, movie theaters are open. If we have to open up our libraries. We need to try to, in some fashion, in order to get back on our feet, we need to expand and reopen all of our financial corridors in order to navigate this pandemic and protest successfully throughout the summer here. So I think we need all of our financial options back on the table.
All right, other questions or comments?
It's a motion. He moved, but that was, you didn't ask the question of the motion, you just called it.
He had made no motion.
All right, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Houseman? Commissioner Ellis?
No.
Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Carn?
Yes.
I vote no.
The motion fails.
Next
3-0
item.
for nays. On page 8, 20-0407, discussion, update of activities of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority, sponsored by Vice Chairman Arrington.
Vice Chair Arrington.
You got the minutes for your review. Certainly, if you have any questions, Commissioner Ellis and or I should be able to answer them. No action required.
Okay, everyone should have received that report. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
20-0409, discussion, continuation of virtual Board of Commissioners meetings through July 8th, 2020, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, Mr. I get them confused. Ellis and Commissioner Ellis Kirby.
It's Ellis Kirby.
Mr. Kirby, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioners, this relates to where we will be meeting, or possibly meeting at our next meeting this is June, and our first meeting in July. Mr.
Ellis Kirby.
Ellis. What is it?
Ellis Kirby.
Mr. Kirby.
No.
Mr. Kirby and I toured the Assembly Hall, and I think that they've done a very good job in making it presentable, and they've come up with a plan that I think is a very good plan that meets all of the social distancing requirements, et cetera, that would enable us to meet here in Assembly Hall for our next meeting in June and our first and I believe only meeting in July. So it would be my recommendation that and plus we will have all of our, not all, but many of our employees will be coming back to working out of the government center by then. So I think it would send a good message if we are meeting here while we're having them come back. So I think it's a workable plan that they've come up with. And I'd like to recommend that for our next meeting in June and our first meeting in July, that we meet again here in Assembly Hall, and thereafter move to what floor is here?
Third floor.
The third floor for the remainder of the year until such time as the renovations are completed in the current Assembly Hall. So any reaction?
Well, I'll respond, Mr. Chairman. When I saw it on the agenda, I thought someone was proposing that we continue the virtual meetings through July 8th. And I thought that would not be a good optical message to the staff if we were not going to be coming down there. So I think we do need to meet. If our entire staff is going to be back at work, I think we need to be down there.
Okay. Other comments, observations?
I agree with that. If the staff can go in, we can go in.
Thank you. Any others?
Same.
All right. Any objections? Put it this way, any objections? Okay, so we will meet at our next meeting, which will be June 15th. Is that correct?
Yes, 17th.
Whatever that date is, June, we'll meet in Assembly Hall, and for the first and only meeting in July in Assembly Hall, Madam Clerk, you will take whatever steps are necessary to notify the public.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next item.
The next two items are the add-on items on the bottom of page 2 of the add-on memo. First item, 20-0411, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. Request approval of a resolution to protect the health and safety of Fulton County government employees and the public from the threat and impact of COVID-19 public health emergency upon reopening of Fulton County facilities and for other purposes.
All right, Madam County Attorney, would you go into a little detail and explanation?
Yes. Just hold on a second. Yeah. As I mentioned earlier to you, this was just our opening resolution, and the resolution basically set some parameters that required you all's determination as to whether or not you wanted to implement the policies. So the policies would be to go ahead and open to the public as of June 15th, that the public would be encouraged to wear face masks, that employees and the public would be subject to temperature screenings. So that's what this is all about. We can only regulate the activities of citizens who come into our facilities. We cannot mandate the use of face coverings outside of the facilities. And what we had anticipated in our work sessions was just encouraging the public to wear face masks, and if necessary, providing them for them if they come in without them, but trying to protect our employees as much as trying to protect the public from our employees as well.
Any questions? All right, I'll move approval.
So it's a mandatory requirement if you come into the buildings and you're someone from the public, you have to wear a face mask or covering of some sort.
Yes, sir. Face coverings.
Okay, got it. All right.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question. So does that mean that if someone shows up for court or anything else and they don't have a mask, are they going to be provided with one?
That is our recommendation first of all, to strongly encourage the public to come to post signs that said you need a mask. But if ones are not, they're not coming in with any face coverings at all, we would have to provide something.
So that would be the plan then. We would provide them.
If needed. But we're strongly emphasizing to the public to come with their own.
Yeah, but if needed though means if someone shows up and does not have one, we will provide.
That's what we've said.
Okay, we have the capacity to do so, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Mr. Karn, Commissioner Karn?
That's all I had.
Okay. Commissioner House, are you finished?
Well, my only other question is about employees wearing a mask. I would assume that if they're at their workstation alone, that they could take the mask off their face, but if they got up and walked around or went anywhere or talked to anyone, they should wear it. I don't know who's going to police all that, but am I on the right track here with our expectations?
Honestly not, Commissioner, because of the fact that several employees work in close proximity to each other.
Not all of them do.
But the policies had to be implemented for the group rather than going through one after the other to figure out which department had the flexibility to allow that. So you're correct. It would probably not be as enforced like in my office where people have space and they have their own offices, and if they decide to take their mask down, they'll be fine. But if they were in cubicles and clusters like in finance or public works, it might be difficult to allow those folks to have that discretion. And what we're trying to do is develop a policy that is uniformly applied throughout the organization. So that's why, regardless of the distance between someone, we are encouraging people to keep their mask on while they're working.
And is there a time period on this resolution?
You all would have to make a decision of when you thought this COVID-19 outbreak or the
risk.
The danger, thank you, right word. The risk associated with it would have passed. I think most people are conservatively thinking it would go until next year until there is a vaccine available, but it depends. We don't know right now. I know we're planning to have face masks and gloves and things available through first quarter of next year.
I have one last issue.
Commissioner Carn?
Now, is this the last agenda item before we adjourn?
No.
It is not. Okay. I know these are add-on items. I know we discussed masks previously before executive session, and I was told it would come up again. So,
Hold on.
All right.
Any other comments or questions about the article? The resolution that's before us.
I had a question.
Ellis?
We obviously have a number of other elected officials that we serve with that supervise facilities and or people. What if they do not, do they have to adhere to this policy?
Yes, they would have to adhere, Commissioner Ellis, because of the fact that the county owns each and every facility in which they're located, including the courthouse and the jail. But we did not do this in a vacuum. Most of them are interested in having protective equipment, screening equipment, temperature controls. So it's not like a unilateral mandate. This is something that everybody sees as being the minimum level of protection for all employees in the public.
Okay. I'm in full support of, kind of the guidelines that are outlined. I have a lot of reservations about what the unintended consequences that we don't know of this are in attempting to provide a vast array of services across a lot of different platforms, buildings, et cetera. And, how we would intend to really kind of deal with it if there were people that did not want to adhere to the policy. So that's my biggest reservation about it. But I don't have any qualms with in terms of what the guidelines that have been laid out.
Anyone else? All right, I move to approval. Second.
Carn, yes.
All right, Commissioner Carn, second. All right, let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
20-0412, request approval of a resolution instituting a curfew within the unincorporated areas of Fulton County, Georgia, to protect the safety, health, and welfare of persons and property until emergency conditions have mitigated for other purposes. Sponsored by Vice Chairman Arrington.
Vice Chair?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to bring this item up. This is, I guess, the add-on agenda, and about the setting up a curfew for the unincorporated area. Again, I'm hopeful that our county manager will get our summer internship project up and running so we can help get our kids off the street and give them some work for the summer and some money in their pockets. COVID-19 relief for our youth. So I just wanted to bring that up and have it for discussion so that we could be in line with the city of Atlanta and give the county manager the opportunity to, cancel it within his discretion if the need no longer arises.
Okay, I made a statement early on about this, and I think I voted for the curfew before, but last night I do know that Mayor Edwards, they had a special meeting, whether it was a special meeting or a regular meeting of the mayor and council of the city of South Fulton. Mayor had brought forth a resolution to implement a curfew in the city, and he removed it from the agenda before they voted on it based upon the feedback that he'd gotten from the public and from members of his council. So they do not have such a curfew in the city of South Fulton. So with that being said, I'm not sure what impact, I'll follow your lead, Vice Chair, but what impact it would have in that part of the unincorporated part of Fulton County. But I'll follow your lead.
I think, you know, that part of the unincorporated Fulton County abuts to Atlanta and to South Fulton. It would at least bring us congruent with Atlanta and perhaps may serve for South Fulton to do something similar.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the resolution in front of me. I think I saw it on an email earlier, but I don't recall the time. I've gotten information that Atlanta's curfew remains 9 to sunrise through Thursday night, but goes to 8 to sunrise on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Are the times in this one congruent with that change? 8 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Now, the document before you indicates 9:00 p.m. and it did not differ from days of the week.
So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, those folks right on the boundary would have an hour difference.
Well, I would suggest that we mirror it with whatever Atlanta is doing.
Including the time period of Atlanta's, or, I mean, because they're
Yes.
going day by day. They've done 4 days now, but until now it's been day by day.
Yeah,
Well,
now they're doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday all in one announcement.
Mm-hmm.
It gives the county manager the discretion to terminate when the need no longer is there.
Is that included in it?
That's correct. And the difference is the city of Atlanta, the mayor under the emergency powers has the ability to establish curfews. You all have to establish curfew, and then he did give the power to the county manager to stop it. Appropriate.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Houston?
should this pass, I hope that we'll put something out right away. There's a lot of rumors out there that this is going to apply to the entire county, and a lot of folks have got a misconception of what this actually does and what area it covers. So if it passes, please get on the horn or the PR machine to make sure that everybody knows it only is a small area.
Yeah, that's a great point. I just think it's going to be, again, Mr. Vice Chair, we'll follow your lead, but I think it's going to be a nightmare to enforce, particularly since the city of South Fulton did not do so. But have you had a chance to talk with our police chief about it? Because that would impact, I mean, young people, adults, anybody driving through after 9.
No, I have not.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I've got just a comment or question is.
Mr. Ellis?
Given the, I guess some of the actions that we've taken really related to COVID, but since I guess we're still in some form of state of emergency, if there were a need that it was determined for us to definitively enact a curfew in that area, cause all the other cities around that were doing it, et cetera, are you or the county manager empowered to take that action based upon the way things are structured right now, or not?
No, the full board has to have that. That is the only entity that has that to do that. It's not delegated in our charter to either the chairman or the county manager.
I have another question as well.
Commissioner Houseman?
Will you finish, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I may come back in a minute, but go ahead.
It would not impact any deliveries of any of the businesses over there, would it?
Now, there is a clause in here that excludes all of that type of commerce related. It says the curfew does not apply to individuals rendering emergency services, First and foremost, there's a whole long list of that. Regular employees of local industries and businesses, building and repair contractors, and others needing to travel to and from work during the hours of the curfew.
You know, this is pretty much primarily a business area. A small portion of the residential area backs up to Atlanta. To me, it just adds a layer of protection for those businesses to prevent any mayhem from occurring late at night. And so, you know, it's temporary. If it mirrors Atlanta, it won't last but a few days. I think it's probably in the best interest of the businesses out there to do this.
Vice Chair, you feel strongly about it?
I do, and particularly that in conjunction with our summer internship program. These kids don't have anything to do all day, every day. It's 40 million people out of work. We need to we offer these kids some jobs that we can stop them from protesting because they'll be at work earning money.
Okay, on the resolution that's before us, any other comments? Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
What?
Need a motion.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, we need a motion to approve.
Move approval.
All right, I'll second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Karn?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously.
Next item?
No further items.
No further items to come before.
Chair.
Mr. Chair, I had a couple of issues.
Commissioner Karn?
A couple of things I did want to speak on in closing. We talked about PPE for the public earlier. Based on the number that Dr. Paxton gave us with the care packets, the PPE packs, $10 to $15 per pack. If we were to purchase packs for 200,000 residents, you know, we have 1.1 million. If we purchase for 200,000 residents, that would equal to $3 million. I truly believe that our seniors throughout the entire county would really breathe a big sigh of relief if we were to earmark that $3 million for PPE for the taxpayers. So I'm going to suggest it again. I think $3 million is a reasonable number. We do not have to expedite it all. We can, you know, hash it out as we go. But I think we need some type of assurance to the public that we're going to be looking out for them directly as our first responders. So again, I would recommend at least earmarking that money, even if we don't spend it all, towards PPE for our seniors. And that's in the form of a motion once again.
All right, is there a second? All right, fails for lack of a second. Next item. Any other matter come before?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I thought we were going to come back to it after we came out of executive session, but
that's what I thought.
But maybe this is, well, PPE is here, but obviously you've raised that. But I also thought we were going to have potentially some further discussion coming out of that related to whether or not we desired for this jail isolation unit concept to come before us again. I know I'm not asking for the item to be presented, but more just if there's a general agreement among the board that there's not really any interest in this continuing to be pursued. I'd rather have us so note that as a board of commissioners so that we don't further continue to confuse the issue.
That was going to be the second half of my suggestion, Commissioner Ellis.
If you want to make that in the form of a motion, or I mean,
I would. I do not think there's an appetite for this jail situation, and I would like to just nip this in the bud now. If there isn't enough interest to not go forward with that project and to spend that money elsewhere in terms of needs for the people during this pandemic.
Was it seconded? Because if not, I'll second.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm not opposed to doing that, But if we do, we need to do a motion to reconsider the agenda.
Yes, motion to reconsider.
Second.
Hold on. See where we are.
Where you are is that you're at the end of the agenda and there's no matter on the agenda because it was removed previously. So by reconsidering the agenda, you get a chance to add the matter to the agenda and have the vote as they want to proceed.
Okay, well, I would motion that we add this to the agenda and the motion to reconsider.
All right, hold on one second. Go ahead, Madam Parliamentarian.
So there would need to be a motion to amend the agenda or to consider the agenda to add the item, the topic of the jail back to the agenda.
All right, I make that motion.
Second.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded to
reconsider the agenda.
Reconsider the agenda. Where's my list? All right, Commissioner Houseman. Mr. Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
No.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Harrington.
Yes.
Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And
Next
motion,
item. I'm sorry.
and motion passes. Yes.
All right.
And my subsequent motion to deny the expenditure for the jail project.
Madam Parliamentarian.
Yeah, Commissioner Carnes, now that we've added the matter back, it was 20-0397. And what you would make a motion to deny.
Yes, you can make a motion to add that item back.
You said what?
He did not make a motion to add that item back.
He made a motion to amend the agenda, consider the jail isolate. That was the motion, Commissioner, because it had been removed.
No, ma'am, his motion was to have it removed. He was reconsidering it to have it removed. He was not reconsidering the agenda to put the original item on there.
Exactly. Please, because I seconded to remove it, not to add it back on.
Okay, just a minute, please. We got some static now, so Madam Parliamentarian.
The procedural procedure is it had already been removed. If you recall during the discussions about adding it on, the county manager made a decision, and so when you came out of executive session, it had already been removed from the agenda that you all voted on. So in order to vote to not do the jail, the motion that I think was not, we don't have verbatim anything right here right now, Commissioner Harrington. I'm not trying to change anything except get it on the agenda to be voted on to not go forward. It's what he's trying to do, but it had to be recalled because it had been removed. That's all.
What motion do the previous motion, he was making a new motion.
Repeat that.
It's an assumption to assume that he was trying to put the original item back on the agenda. I do not believe that that assumption is correct. I think that is fundamentally flawed assumption.
Well, all I was doing, Vice Chair, was trying to give credence to the suggestion you said that in order for him to vote the project of the jail isolation unit up or down, since that item was already on the agenda, you indicated that we had to make a motion to reconsider the agenda for the purposes of adding that matter to the agenda. It was already removed previously. So if I'm in error, what I was trying to do is to get the matter that was on the agenda that had been removed on the agenda so he could vote it down. So I'm sorry if there's a miscommunication.
So the motion that was approved was to reconsider today's agenda.
Yes.
That motion passed. Now, the next issue then will be to reconsider it for what purpose? And I think the purpose is, based upon what I'm hearing, is to add the issue that was removed, place it back on the agenda for consideration today. Is that correct?
For an up and down vote, yes.
Just a minute, get it back on the agenda. That's the first issue.
Yes.
Okay, so that was mistaken. I apologize.
So that's the first issue. So we voted to, and I'm not.
No, you're correctly reflecting what I said. I'm fine.
Okay.
And so what I suggested is that you make a motion to deny it.
Well, we got to get it back on the agenda first.
It's already on the agenda. That was what the
It
last.
was removed.
Right.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Okay, so I make a motion to deny the expenditure for the jail proposal.
Second.
Comments, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Morris.
I mean, it's pretty clear that I don't have a lot of colleagues who feel the way I do about this thing, but and I was torn when this thing first came up because it was an awful lot of money, and I wasn't sure about the potential for the second wave. But if that second wave comes, I don't know what we're going to do with all those folks in that jail if that second wave hits all those folks in that jail. It'll be too late then to build anything. We may beg the city of Atlanta to take them in the detention center, but that's not a very satisfactory plan B, in my opinion. Maybe we beg other folks to take them too, but that certainly didn't work when our jail was simply overcrowded with healthy people. So that's a little scary to me for us to not take this action. But then I also said when it first came up that if there is not a second wave, I have no doubt that our jail is going to fill back up. We have managed to drive it down, but the summer's coming upon us, and it's at a very low ebb right now, relatively speaking, historically. So the idea of having these additional beds, again, if the second wave doesn't come, if those additional beds are used to relieve some of the overcrowding from inmates, arrestees who are ill from other health problems, I think that would be a very good thing for us to have. So those are the reasons that I've been supportive of this. And I think if that second wave comes and hits the jail, you all will regret not having made plans for that.
Other comments?
One last, if a second wave does come, 60 cells is not going to make much of an impact. 120 individuals out of over 2,000. I think we're going to be okay, and we'll figure out another way. So that's all I got on that.
And I would like to, and I'll acknowledge a lot of the arguments that Commissioner Morris has made. I wrestled with some of those same things that he just shared, but I'm also, do agree that, hey, we would not necessarily be the only ones in that situation if it were to occur, and it may not necessarily solve or address all our issues, but I further have concerns about just the way that this thing has been brought forward and whether or not I have a whole lot of confidence that the project would actually be delivered on time to even make a difference if we had the second wave. So my degree of confidence in that is faded to the point, where I don't have any interest in pursuing this for this particular short-term purpose, because I'm not sure that I have great confidence that it could even be delivered, even if we did approve.
Other comments? Okay, well, you all know, I think you received a copy of the letter that I penned and wrote to the manager after our last meeting regarding this issue. And I felt at that time that if we were not going to go forward, that we should be thinking about a plan B. And I proposed a plan B to the manager for his consideration. And I think each of you have received a copy of that letter as well. I'm not wed to any of the projects. I gave broad outlines of projects that the money, this 21 million, could be used for. My concern is that it not be squandered away on pet projects, that we address, assuming it's we decide, make a decision not to go forward with it, that $21 million can be put to uses that will benefit our citizens that are really, really in need. And a lot of those needs were outlined in the proposals that were presented by Dr. Rochelle earlier today. And in broad categories, obviously, there's food, groceries, and so forth for our seniors. There's aid for our cities. And I think that one of the components that we will also really need to look at, and I hope they'll take this seriously, is just what's called upskilling. And that is a huge number of our citizens who work in the hospitality and the retail industries. Many of their jobs are gone forever. And I would think that a use of some of this money would be or could be used to provide training so that they would qualify for jobs that are going to become available. So I'm just concerned that we not squander the money away. And I think that the programs that Dr. Rochelle has put forward today, which we approved, that's a great start for us. But I also think that we're going to have to put more into the PPE category and testing. If I had my druthers, we would test everybody in Fulton County. That's probably not practical nor feasible, but certainly that is a goal that we can strive to achieve. So I'm not surprised that we are where we are today, but I've been at this for some time now, and sometimes you get a sense, and in talking with many of, not many of us, several of you, I just did not sense, even those who were supported, that the passion was there. Someone put it the other day that, is this something that you're really willing to die on the sword for? And the answer that I got back was probably not, from those who were supported. So that's where we are today, and it will speak for itself. So,
Chairman, I would like to speak, please.
Commissioner Hall.
First, I want to thank you for listening to every single one of us on the Board of Commissioners during the past couple of BOC meetings and basically gathering what we already said and putting it in your letter. Unfortunately, I did not receive your letter through your office. I received it through the press inquiring about your letter having been leaked to them or given to them, and they wanted to know how we felt about it. I know a few of my colleagues also reached out to me about the letter and asked me, did I receive it? But we all basically kind of heard about it and received it the same way, and that was because it was given to or leaked to the press. So, and on your letter, you did not copy the Board of Commissioners. You only copied Anna Roach, Chief Operating Officer, Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer, and Alton Adams, Deputy Chief Operating Officer, when you wrote that letter to Dick. So it was not directed to any of the commissioners on this board anyway. But I do want to thank you for capturing everything that we have said and putting it in the letter. I believe that because we already said these things, that we are pretty much in agreement, and these are outstanding because these are the things that we were asking for all along. And let me just address the pet projects statement, because we seem to hear that a lot used on this Board of Commissioners. There are no such things as pet projects when you're serving the entire county. And if a commissioner decides that there is an issue or something that is needed in their district and their constituents are asking them to provide those programs and services, those are not pet projects. Those are the requests of the constituents.
To call a vote on the.
Let me provide any relevant questions or comments? Thank you. Let's call a vote. Commissioner Houseman? Commissioner Ellis?
This is a vote to deny, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm voting to deny.
Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Vice Chair Arrington?
I guess yes, on the motion to deny.
Commissioner Carn?
Yes, I didn't hear Commissioner Hall. I don't know if she
I
voted.
said no, I'm sorry. I didn't know you couldn't hear. I mean, I said yes to deny the jail, but I'm sorry if you couldn't hear me. I didn't know you couldn't.
And I vote yes.
And the motion to deny passes.
Any other items to come before us today?
No further items.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, and we'll see everyone on that 15th or whatever that when the next meeting is in Assembly Hall. 17th in Assembly Hall, 10 o'clock a.m. sharp. No further business to come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you. And thank you for your patience to get us out here in a reasonable hour today.
Yep. Good job.